Mayor, your life.
Good evening. This is a regular meeting of the Council of the Township of Montclair and is being broadcast live on Channel 34 and is streaming live on Montclair's TV 34 YouTube channel. It's available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. This meeting was included in the revised annual notice of the meeting schedule as set forth in Resolution R-24-174, adopted by the Township Council at its regular meeting of July 17th, 2024. It was transmitted to the official newspaper on July 24th, 24, posted in the bulletin boards outside the municipal building, and has remained continuously posted. In addition, a copy of the revised annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of our township clerk. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Here.
Counselor Birmingham?
Here.
Counselor D'Amato?
Here.
Counselor Lockman?
Here.
Counselor Toller?
Present.
Counselor Williams?
Here.
Mayor Baskerville?
Present. Okay. Did everybody have an opportunity to review the minutes?
I spent part of my day with the July 30th and watched the whole thing again. And I only had one slight amendment, which was, and I don't even know if we need to do this, but there was a quite long discussion of a matter of substance, the proposed easement on 51 New Street, which involved a public speaker, that I think maybe we could just put a sentence in, and otherwise, it was all good. And I would encourage everybody to trust me and vote for that, to pass for that.
Anyone else?
So do we need to motion to amend, like to add that sentence?
Yes, if you make reference to the page number, I'll add what you asked for.
Was that a motion? Did he make a motion?
That's what I was asking, if that's
Okay.
what we were going to
I
do.
didn't know if he was making a motion.
I would make a motion to add that to page 3. It was before any of the new business, actually, in an odd place. So it was after the presentation on affordable housing and then before any of the rest of the new business. Just
So
one
I make a
sentence.
motion to accept the minutes as amended.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. At this point in time, we have a proclamation for...
I'm sorry, Mayor, if I may. That was your July 30 minutes. Can we, do we have a motion for August 13?
Oh, okay. Anyone want a motion to accept the minutes of August 13th, 2024?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the minutes.
Second.
Sorry, from the August 13th, 2024 meeting.
Any discussion?
I would say since the July 30th were so cleanly done, then I would be for accepting them, having looked at them.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's my privilege this evening to present a proclamation to the programs for parents. Do we have anyone here that will be receiving that? Oops. I normally give the council the opportunity to do this, but I have had the privilege of working very, very closely with programs for parents for as many years as they've been in existence. First at Newark Community Health Centers and then at the East Orange Early Childhood Department. And so I'm going to take the liberty because it's just such a pleasure and an honor, and I really have witnessed the great things that you guys are doing. Proclamation honoring programs for parents and its 40th anniversary. Programs for Parents, Inc., as the designated child care resource and referral agency of Essex County, New Jersey, has dedicated 40 years of supporting families, child care providers, and the community by fostering high-quality, accessible early childhood education in Essex County, New Jersey. And whereas Programs for Parents, Inc. has consistently provided essential services including training, technical assistance, and advocacy that empower parents and caregivers to make informed decisions, ensuring children receive the best start in life. And whereas Programs for Parent, Inc. has been a leader in promoting early childhood development, creating safe, nurturing environment for young children, and working tirelessly to bridge the gap for underserved families by ensuring access to affordable, quality child care. And whereas, through its commitment to excellence and its innovative programs, Programs for Parents, Inc. has enhanced the lives of countless children, strengthened the child care workforce, and contributed to the overall well-being of communities throughout the state. And whereas this milestone, the 40th anniversary, is a testament to the organization's steadfast leadership, vision, and dedication, as well as to the support of its many partners, staff, volunteers, and donors who have played a pivotal role in its success. And whereas we recognize and celebrate the achievements of Programs for Parents, Inc. for their 4 decades of exceptional service, transforming lives, and creating a brighter future for our children in New Jersey. Now, therefore, we do hereby proclaim October 1st, 2024 as a day of celebration in honor of Programs for Parents, Inc., the 40th anniversary, and commend this outstanding organization for its invaluable contributions to the community. May its work continue to inspire and uplift future generations for a long time. So grateful for you. Did you wish to say something in 2 or 3 minutes, just to share anything with us? Come on. Did not prepare a speech, but this is presented to you from the entire council, and yeah, your work speaks for itself.
Thank you. I just want to thank the council and Mayor Baskerville for this honor. Thank you for all those that have supported the organization the last 4 decades. We have served over 100,000 children and families, and we service over 600 child care providers in the county. So we appreciate your continued support, and child care is everyone's business. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Hi, Madam Clerk. I'm just wondering, is there any reason why minutes cannot be given to us at the next meeting?
The minutes have been given to you.
They have been?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so this backlog of minutes was because,
Because the governing body decided not to adopt them.
oh, okay. All right, so I just want to make sure that we'll get minutes at the following meeting. Thank you.
At this time, without an objection from the council, I would like to call forth members of the community that are here to be heard in the public comment. This time period will be for both agenda items and for items in general. We are really going to insist that you not go beyond the 3 minutes time, just out of respect for everyone here, and we welcome you to come forth.
Well, Mayor, may I have one word?
Yes, sir.
Before people start, I just had a couple of very, very quick comments about public comment. First, I think we owe everybody a little apology for not getting it together in terms of the format and having to continue to modify it on the fly. We are going to solve the problem. We have a committee meeting that we'll have to look at it, and we'll take a look at other things, including remote comment and the time length. So it's very interesting. The day before our last meeting, our counterparts in Edison voted to cut the comment time that people had, causing a big uproar. But it was from 6 minutes to 4 minutes. And 3 out of the 7 counselors were like, that's not enough. So I think we need to look at it. So it's not set what's going on, but it's been rocky, and we know that. And the second, very quickly, I would just like to address some issues involving the content of public comment. So some folks have expressed the desire that commenters be more respectful to those of us up on the dais. And as somebody up here, that would be nice for me. But that matters much less to me than having commenters be a little more respectful to other residents, especially residents who may already be feeling disrespected or threatened. Unfortunately, we had a little example of that last time around, involving what I and some others thought amounted to anti-Semitic dog whistling. I'm not going to go into the specifics of the case because it involved somebody with a quasi-public role, and there's a formal process going on around this. But I will say that while I personally am a very firm and lifelong believer in free speech, I think that we up here will all hopefully do a better job of preventing members of our community from feeling unsafe because of what is said to us and in front of us. And this is not easy, in part because the people doing the hurting or dehumanizing oftentimes also themselves legitimately feel hurt or dehumanized. It's tough, right? But either way, we'll try to do better. So while you may have the right to say hurtful things, it's America, whether it's that some shadowy group controls the media or are eating our pets, whatever it is, or some other hurtful thing, it will be our obligation to make it clear that we think that you may be causing harms. So put shortly, we can't stop you from dog whistling, but if you do, please expect to be barked back at.
Thank you
That's
very
all I would
much,
say.
Councilor D'Amato. I'm going to take the liberty to invite the Director of HR forward. I know that you mentioned earlier that you wanted to approach, and so I know that your time is such that you can't wait. So certainly, welcome. We're happy to have you here.
Press the button.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Alicia Dawkins. I'm the director for the township. For the month of September, the HR department organized a month-long back-to-school supply event specifically for Montclair residents. The purpose of this event was to connect our employees with the community and to build a team building event and build up morale. So we are so proud of this event. I would like to personally thank Michael Perez. He was the first employee in my office with a bag of school supplies before, it's like the email went out and he was in my office. So I just want to say thank you for him. To the Montclair Fire Department, which is the charitable organization, they donated over $700 worth of brand new school supplies to the HR department for this event. So we're very grateful for John Fierro for quickly getting that organization involved. And to all the township employees who contributed in any way possible, we're truly thankful for the participation. And we're looking forward to having more events like this that bridge the employees with the community so we can continue to build each other up rather tear each other down. So thank you. And to the township manager, who always support my ideas even when I bring them to him at the last minute. So thank you for your support as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate what you're doing. First person in line, please make sure everyone's signed in, please. And when you come up, please clearly state your name for the record.
Uh-oh, just lost my, my text here. Hold on. Okay, I'm Tony Martin. I am one of the founders of the Tenants Organization of Montclair, and I am now a tenant representative to the Township's Rent Control Board, and I am the deputy chair. The chair is Alex Morgan, who is a landlord. We work together great. I want to talk tonight about an issue that came to our attention, to mine specifically, through Deputy Mayor Shenanderson. And I think it's an important moment to update everybody on housing, rental housing issues. So the Rent Control Office and the board continue to work to build knowledge among residents, property owners, and the public in general concerning our rent control ordinance passed nearly 3 years ago, and to have and to get 100% of property owners on board, registered with the town, so that they have the information and can know what their rights are and pay the fees that they are supposed to pay to the town in order for us to administer everybody's rights, renters and property owners. So I have fresh numbers, but I'm not going to talk about that now. I will supply them to you. They're compiled by the Rent Control Administrator, Itamar Roman. I come tonight to discuss one point of information important to all residents, property owners, and renters, not to mention leaders of the township. And that concerns where the rent control ordinance applies. Recently, the case brought to my attention through Deputy Mayor Shenanderson involves a tenant at one of our newer downtown buildings, in this case, Valley and Bloom. This tenant was shocked to have received an 18% increase in her year-to-year lease after moving to Montclair 2 years ago. She described this increase as not digestible, which I love, and said she would have to leave town if that increase is in fact legal under the ordinance. Well, here's the situation. When the town adopted its ordinance, it had to bow to exemptions for newer properties under a 1987 state law. That law exempts new construction for up to 30 years. The properties owners, developers, may I?
Thank you so much for coming.
No, huh? Okay. There's more to say. I'll send you my message. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Push the mic on, right? Push the mic on, right? Or is it already
It's
on?
on.
Hi, my name, let me just turn this so that everyone can see. Hi, my name is Noah Gale, and Mayor Dr. Baskerville and members of the Montclair Township Council, I emailed you last week about if there's any way, if I don't know if this is a local thing, the Montclair Township issue, or if it's up to the state and Governor Murphy and his cabinet. So I noticed that our Montclair Township, New Jersey taxes go up each year, and I wanted to know if there is any way of lowering them by a huge chunk and making sure that the taxes in Montclair Township come down. My parents are very concerned about this issue. We are paying taxes. My parents are the homeowners, and they're paying taxes that go towards the schools, MKA and Montclair Public Schools, when they haven't even had a kid in Montclair school system since 2018 when I graduated, and at MKA when my brother graduated from MKA in 2021. And in fact, it's sad, I know, but a lot of people, we have friends who have left Montclair and moved to some other areas that are smaller and even sadly conservative because their taxes were high and they didn't have any kids in the school system anymore or MKA anymore. And my goal is to keep these people, just because their kids are out of K through 12. My goal, and my parents' goal too, by the way, is to make sure these people stay in Montclair. So is there any way, I don't know if it's up to you or if it's up to the township or if it's up to the state, if there's any way we could lower our taxes for homeowners by a huge chunk? That is a very important issue because I want to live in Montclair my whole life. I said I am never leaving Montclair until the day I pass away at 104 years old. And I even want to raise perhaps my spouse, my husband, or my children in Montclair one day. My future husband or children in Montclair one day. So I think this is a really important thing right now, is that we try to find a way to lower our taxes. And I want to know when our Montclair taxes will be coming down. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Mayor, Council.
Good
My name is Jim Maxwell. I live in Montclair. I grew up here, born and raised. I contacted a couple of you a couple weeks ago, but I'm here about on Claremont Ave by Pine Street. There's a gas station, and he just constantly blocking the sidewalks. He's still doing it. Parks right on top of the train crossing with his trucks. Overnight parking right next to the stop signs. It's a constant thing. I've seen kids ride out into the street with their bikes. I've seen parents with their carts have to go around, with their strollers. I would just like to say, last year, about a year ago in the fall, I had the same problem, and not the same problem, but the same issue. And I contacted the enforcement, code enforcement, 3 times. And the third time that I called, that was within a month, so it wasn't day after day. But the third time I called, they made it seem like it was I was doing something wrong. So, but this year, so I would just wish someone would do something. This whole course of Claremont Ave, there's only one spot. It's all 2-hour parking, except for across the street where they got a few meters, and the one corner where he's on. It's the only spot on Claremont Ave where you could park as long as you want. So I don't know, why that is. You could even see, I looked up the ordinances, so but you could even see where the sign used to be. So they must have took that out, not to him, but the town, because it's, in the ordinance that you could park there. And but let me read you something from last year. So when I contacted, now I'm not putting down the individuals, these are just the letters that I got. The town officials, I'm not. So this was from my council member last year. As you hopefully have heard, we have had conversation with the police chief, and there has been outreach enforcement will occur. Then after that, I got the other letter. This was from the town manager. This was forwarded to me, from my council member. He said, earlier today, I met with his name, the owner of Montclair Motor Works, to discuss the ongoing parking issues on Pine. Mr. Blank stated that he is seeking parking rental space, but has been unsuccessful in unsuccessful. A representative from Mount Carmel Church who stated that the diocese has made similar rental agreements, so they tried to set up a rental agreement for him. They went out of their way to help this guy solve the issue, but it's whenever I've complained or through these letters, it's one day. One day he doesn't park it. As soon as they come, the next day he's back on there. Anyway, I hope something will be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Counselor?
Excuse me, excuse me. You did email me, right? And the gentleman that just spoke. Yeah, so.
Mr. Maxwell.
Mr. Maxwell, I'm sorry,
Yes,
I couldn't
ma'am.
remember your name. We did email you back, and Mr. Lepola, you said that we're going to take care of it?
That was 2 weeks
Okay,
ago, ma'am. I'm
okay.
sorry.
So you're saying the issue is still happening,
Yes,
correct?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Tonight was the first night that I seen him not park, like, he had a couple on the street, a police car, because they do the police repair.
Yeah, I understand.
So tonight was the first night that I only saw the police car parked in front, but he's still blocking, tonight he was still blocking the railroad tracks, blocking too close to the signs, the stop sign, the crosswalks. He also, if there's a curtain there, or what they say, he's supposed to be 6 feet from that. He's 2 feet from the street. So sometimes, because the mirrors match up, like he's got a car here and a car there, you have to walk sideways sometimes to get
Right.
through there.
I understand.
But that's,
So the township manager said you would take care of it tomorrow
you.
or investigate this further?
thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you for your comment.
I just want you to continue enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Council. Charles Rosen.
Good
I
evening.
think I'm now in my 20th year in Montclair, so I don't know if there's a surprise for me or anything. But it was interesting picking up from what Noah Gale had to say. Over half of the time that I've been in Montclair, our largest potential rateable, the Lackawanna site, has laid vacant, not providing access to a grocery store for our citizens in the Fourth Ward, any public space, any commercial space, any potential residential, including either workforce development or affordable housing. And I think as a Montclair resident and as a Montclair taxpayer, I think we all recognize that so much of the tax burden with so few ratables in town fall to us, the residents. So when a young man like Noah Gale says that his friends and family abandon our town the second our children are out of the high school, he's not wrong. And I think we've had in front of this council a thoughtful plan for Lackawanna redevelopment from a Montclair resident, where I know a great number of the naysayers to it are no longer even Montclair residents, and a development from a family that has contributed to this town, into the arts, into our public school system, with a plan that isn't just ratables, because all ratables are not created equal, but ratables that come from a facility that will provide public and private space, commercial space, residential income, and finally, tax relief for us, the Montclair residents, after tens of millions of dollars of potential revenue to our township have gone away. So I think it's time that we put an end to this. I think it's time that we move forward with development. I think there's a great forum for us to talk about how best that looks, but I think we have a wonderful plan in front of us, and I speak strongly in front of that as a Montclair resident and taxpayer. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, everyone. It's so good to see you. I'm Reverend Anya Samler-Michael,
And I'm William Scott.
And we're here tonight representing the religious affairs of the NAACP of Montclair, and we're here to uplift a perhaps hidden voice in our community. We heard this poem by Pastor Kay Dubuisson from the Mark, and it speaks to her experience, and we thought we should share this publicly. She begins, "As a Haitian woman who has built a life here for nearly 40 years, the things being said about us are not just hurtful, they're despicable. It took me some time to find my footing, but as you know, poetry is the only way I can truly express my pain, so here goes. In shadows where whispers softly tread, rumors weave a tangled thread. They dance like ghosts in the night, casting doubt, obscuring light. Immigrants whose dreams in hand journey to a foreign land. Their stories rich, their hopes so bright, yet rumors cloak them in a shroud of fright. Strangers, they say, from distant shores with tales of fear that the rumor mill pours. Animals, they whisper, not like us, spreading lies that breed disgust. Mexicans bringing guns, they claim, painting lives with unjust blame. Haitians from a shithole country, eating pets, they say, with scorn. Migrants fueling violent crime, a narrative spun time after time. Immigrants are rapists, they declare. A chorus of falsehoods fills the air. But look beyond the whispered lies and see the truth with open eyes. For every heart that seeks to roam carries with it a piece of home. Cultures blend and colors unite in a tapestry of shared delight. Rumors are not victims, but they sting. A chorus of falsehoods that they sing. Rumors are not victims here. They're weapons crafted in the dark. They're wound, they divide and strip away the beating of migrants' hearts. Yet truth stands firm, a beacon clear, dispelling shadows, conquering fear. So let us rise with voices strong to challenge the rumors, whispered lies that do wrong. For in unity we find our grace, a world enriched by every face. Together we can build a land where understanding takes a stand. With open hearts, we'll break the chain of fear, of hate, of needless pain. In unity there's power and grace, a world where everyone has a place." I just want to make sure that I say that Reverend Kay Dubuisson gave us permission to share this tonight and asked us to do so.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Hi. Hold on a second, thank you. Just have to turn it so I can read it. I'm Madeline.
Louder.
I will speak louder, thank you. Oh, all right. I'm Madeline Gale, and I'm here to discuss 5 things that I hope I can say in 3 minutes. First, I'm here as a Civil Rights Commissioner, and I wanted to let everybody know that the Civil Rights Commission works for equality, fairness, and justice, and we're charged with identifying and investigating civil rights violations and discrimination in our township. And we invite anybody who needs to contact us with your concerns, ideas, and initiatives to influence change across Montclair and the state of New Jersey. We meet the 3rd Thursday of every month in the 2nd floor conference room here at 205 Claremont. You can also contact the CRC at Civil Rights Commission at montclairnjusa.org or call us at 973-307-0366. And if anybody's interested in becoming a Civil Rights Commissioner, because we do have more spots to fill, please fill out the volunteer interest form on the town's website. The other topics I want to quickly discuss are to ask people to please participate and purchase tickets to 3 events. One is the Montclair NAACP is having a Thurgood Marshall Freedom Fund dinner on Friday night, October 4th at Hanover Manor. You can purchase tickets at montclairnaacp.org. Another thing is Montclair Mutual Aid is leading a townwide collaborative art project that we're calling Seeing from the Heart. The theme is empathy, compassion, and friendship across boundaries and differences. You can sign up at seeingfromtheheart.art. Our first meeting is on Saturday morning, October 5th at Montclair Art Museum. Also, there's a concert to benefit Tony's Kitchen called The Last Waltz on Saturday, November 16th at Montclair Art Museum that Mustafa will tell you more about. And the last thing is that I don't have written down, I just wanted to say, I still call for the town to come together for townwide community meetings where we can have conversation, where everybody can share their experiences, thoughts, and feelings, and people can really sincerely listen with empathy and compassion, so we can try to bring some unity for and with one another. I see there's a lot of division, and it continues to be heartbreaking. So some of the groups I work with, including this art collaborative project and including NAACP Common Unity, and hoping we can do it maybe with the council, Montclair Interfaith Clergy, is to bring the town together to talk and care about one another. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Testing 1, 2. Hello, my name is Rostafa, actor, singer, musician, as well as event organizer. Let's see if I could try to de-escalate the tension in the room just for a second. I'll try. Me and my mother have had the privilege to serve residents of Montclair for the majority of our lives, as a matter of fact. On November 10th, 2023, at a notable establishment called Porta on Bloomfield Avenue, I, among 50, that's right, 50 other talented musicians, produced a show called The Band's Last Waltz. The Americana rock pioneers The Band put on a final concert on Thanksgiving 1976, which featured friends and fellow musicians such as Joni Mitchell, Neil Diamond, Van Morrison, and Bob Dylan, amongst others. Over the years, musicians all over the United States have produced this concert, but few of them have ever done a show as a charity event. The charity we chose last year was Tony's Kitchen, 501c3 nonprofit organization that has helped individuals and families through food, clothing, and other resources. This public event, to our amazement, sold out 8 days prior to the day of the event, with people demanding for entry despite not trying to break fire code. To not cause further dilemmas, we provided a live stream telecast for those to participate watching, as well as donate besides ticket sales going directly to Tony's. After the concert, we tallied that over $3,000 were raised. I, along with my team of local arts-based 501c3 partners, presented to Tony's Kitchen a check aimed for their holiday season. Due to the constant questioning and consideration of supporters as well as friends, the band's Last Waltz returns once again for Tony's Kitchen on Saturday, November 16th of this year, 2024, emanating from Montclair Art Museum's Lear Hall. Although certain finances are still being raised towards production costs such as sound tech and operators, advertisers, live stream services, venue, miscellaneous, there is more that needs to be done. Some local businesses and anonymous donors have invested in our cause, but there is still much needed to be done. As of now, we are close to our deadline where we must have specific tasks met. My team and I call upon the council's assistance for any and all support towards this one-night event that is open to the public. We ask that the council has any kind of budget that could assist us, that well as advertising influence both online and through local news outlets. We feel that this event can blow away last year's. We have reached out to fellow Montclair residents that could possibly help along with this endeavor, and we call upon the mayor as well as the council to see if they can help support us as well as the artists that are involved. We strongly believe that helping those in need during the holidays isn't just a nice gesture, but a solemn duty year-round, and to remind those that we care and that they matter. We hope that the council will be able to help us realize this vision and potentially come to the occurrence that maybe we can have this year-round. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councilor Toller?
Rostafa, excuse me. First, thank you. Thank you for that speech, and thank you for all the work that you've done in the community. I know that people or organizations have hired you, if you will, for next to nothing. Many times you perform for free. What is the balance that's outstanding that you're seeking to put on this event? Just curious.
To be frank, it is around the $3,000 mark.
Okay.
And that's just an honest statement because, like I said, this is all going towards production, advertisement, and marketing, and I don't want to put myself in a sense where it cannot be done because, as you know as well as other people have known, that I don't quit.
Okay. Thank you. Just wanted to verify that. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening. Anna Grossman, 63 Essex Avenue. For the past year, I've been sharing information regarding the environmental health issues that come with artificial turf. I've shared info about towns where PFAS contamination was found following artificial turf installations, local bans and moratoriums in states that have passed legislation to stop PFAS from being used in artificial turf. I've shared information about how this product pollutes with both toxic chemicals and microplastics, how it can't be recycled, how it heats to over 160 degrees on a 95-degree day. Last October, our BOE promised that their bid for artificial turf would specify that it be PFAS-free, but they relied on a debunked vendor test to satisfy that promise. In February, our former town councilor, Mr. Cummings, expressed concern about PFAS in artificial turf and asked our town manager about testing for leaching of PFAS from the fields. That testing never happened. Instead, the township settled the BOE lawsuit without so much as consulting with our zoning board, nor demanding that the artificial turf be tested independently to protect our water, kids, and community. When advocates questioned why this product wasn't being tested independently and why the BOE was relying on a debunked industry test from 2019, a test that was paid for by Sharon, Massachusetts, one of the many communities, by the way, who has passed a moratorium since that test, the BOE's legal team published a letter saying that there were no PFAS concerns with this product. So I took it upon myself to have the artificial turf tested by an EPA-approved lab. It cost $1,400. That's a lot of money for me, money I would have preferred to give to Mustafa. I am here today to tell you that the artificial turf test results are the same as those I'd warned about. High levels of fluorine were found. This indicates that this product, too, was made with PFAS, just like Portsmouth, New Hampshire. This means our water is potentially at risk, especially downstream. This means the communities surrounding artificial turf fields are being exposed to acres of PFAS and microplastics. Please, establish a moratorium on any further installations of this product now. Establish a committee and consult with scientists. Let science lead us out of this mess before more damage occurs. You are well aware of all the towns and states that have already acted on this. There is no excuse to just sit with this knowledge, knowing what is happening when your own health department has told you they don't recommend it and they're against it, and you know that the health department in Rhode Island and in Martha's Vineyard has advised against it, and Oaks Bluff has banned it, and Los Angeles is having legislation. We need science, not emotion. This is not because I don't love kids playing sports. I don't like cancer, especially when it affects kids.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Sorry, I fell outside and I hurt myself, so I'm moving slow.
Sorry.
I'm Chrissy Thomas, and I have questions as to some processes and procedures as related to the agenda this week. I'm going to rush because it's not clear we can speak about consent items. I'm going to do my best to get everything out now. It should be 2 minutes per item, I think, but I'm really just trying to make a record. I sent you all an email earlier today. First, it's Hispanic Heritage Month, and I think the town should recognize that, hopefully with some kind of proclamation. Second, I'm concerned about the comments about flag raisings and hate speech. Prejudice is bad, hate is bad, anti-Semitism is bad. Now, just imagine that there's an underrepresented group that's not been able to achieve the kind of success and recognition it wants, and they feel oppressed. They say waving their flag would mean a lot to them. Now, a kind heart might say, sure, of course. Now, imagine that group is the KKK. Processes and procedures and laws exist for a reason. Waving flags may seem expedient and unharmful, but there must be a clearly delineated process. What's the status of the anti-hate grant money? As for pending ordinances, glad to see more stop signs going up. There needs to be a 3-way stop sign on Upper Mountain at Watchung. Ordinance 24-29 is this council's version of an indemnification ordinance. It has the potential to cost the taxpayers dearly, and it all rests on the discretion of the township attorney, who's not required to have any litigation or insurance defense experience. Why are volunteers covered at all? In section 3-69C, page 2 of 4, capital A, the word may should be replaced with the word shall. Allowing discretionary coverage on the backs of the taxpayers when the covered employee or volunteer has committed a criminal act or fails to abide the required procedures is very problematic. As to consent agenda number 4, 5, and 6, and 13, resolution R 24-208, purchasing 3 new 2024 trucks when 2025 trucks are available for $154,501. Seems like a lot of money. The resolution says we're paying $48,000. I looked up the prices online, and the current price was $47,000. It's the end of the model year, and maybe they need to get rid of the inventory, and it's just a few thousand here or there, but why aren't we really getting great deals on state-of-the-art electric or hybrid or whatever suited for the task? Do we really need more vehicles? Are they a good price? I think Eileen looked into the cost of the radios for the police. I'm sure she's doing it again. I'm also really concerned by the resolution R-24-216 designating BDP Holdings LLC as redeveloper, and most concerningly, authorizing the mayor alone to execute the hypothetical, currently non-existent redevelopment agreement without further approval by the council. It says, like, why would we do this? How can you pre-authorize a contract or agreement that doesn't exist? How can you force or direct the mayor to execute or approve it? It's not how redevelopment processes are supposed to work. Basically, the town council is, with this resolution, giving away all of its bargaining power, and I don't really understand why. It doesn't make sense for the council to have no final approval authority. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but you guys need to look into that, not me. Also, I think the opt-out clause is required by law to say that if the parties cannot agree, the resolution may be voided by either party and the designation transferred to an urban renewal entity. The Seymour Street
Thank you
documents
very
are a pretty
much.
good example.
Next, please.
Thanks.
Bonnie Fogel. First thing I want to mention, I don't expect any answers, but I think the community would like an update on the status of this. Back in the Montclair newspaper, the local printed an article August 13th saying that Jersey Professional Management was hired to handle the manager search, and they said it would take 90 to 120 days to come up with a final candidate, blah, blah, blah. And then the process starts with an update of the job description, followed by the advertisement of the job in New Jersey League of Municipalities. There's no ad yet. And here are my questions. Have you defined the final job description? Who are the members of the search committee? This is information I think we really all want to have. And who are responsible to oversee the recruitment process. When will the job be posted on the New Jersey League of Municipalities? Okay, because we're like 40 days in already. This was August 13th. And how will the candidates be initially screened and based on which criteria? So that's information that people would like to have, and I think we should have. The other thing I want to speak about, and you know, I know everybody's on the council, and I know we have like really smart people here. So I can't begin to wrap my head around why you would approve a redevelopment plan that has 4 open lawsuits concerning it that can go on if there's not some negotiation for years and years, and just increase the cost of all the lawyers that handle these things. And also, I'm not quite sure of if anybody on the dais keeps up with EPA regulations. But there was an EPA regulation passed several years, and guess what? It goes into effect June 2025. And the terms of that regulation concerning many issues around Lackawanna would prevent the plan, the proposed production from going up. So I don't understand why you are approving something, and also, do you think that lawsuits just go away? Because they don't. And those are 4 lawsuits I'm aware of, and I believe there might be another lawsuit that's out there. So, I cannot fathom why you are voting on this tonight. It's just absurd to me. So I wish you all luck, but I just feel like in the long run, you're going to be spending a lot more money than what you should be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Steve Shalom. Briefly, I'd like to suggest that when you look into the question of speaker's time, you also look into a way to avoid requiring people to stand for an hour in order to speak. That just seems inconsiderate. I'm a retired professor of political science, and one of the things we talked about in political science are different voting schemes. And we have a voting scheme that's used throughout New Jersey, the plurality voting scheme. Whoever gets the most votes wins. Not a majority of the votes, but the most votes. And we know that that voting system has problems because sometimes voters struggle, should I vote for this candidate that I really like, but will that have the spoiler effect and prevent my second best candidate from getting in and having my worst candidate get in? So there are a lot of alternative voting systems. One of those alternatives is ranked choice voting, but we're not allowed to do that in New Jersey at the moment. Now, there is legislation at the state level that says municipalities, if they want, should be allowed to consider ranked choice voting. So this is not constraining us in any way. All it is doing is giving us more options. There are problems with ranked choice voting. No voting system turns out to be perfect. It's worth looking into. And so you have a resolution before you, number 14, which says that the council wants the state to give us this greater flexibility without committing us in any way. And so I would urge the council to support this resolution. It seems to me there can be no downside because all it does is let us do more than we can do now with no obligations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I didn't catch your name. Could you just state your name?
Steve Shalom.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Matt Whitman. I'm a volunteer with Voter Choice New Jersey. I feel like Steve just did my job for me, but just speaking on behalf of Resolution 24-217 in support of ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting allows for often a greater diversity of candidates and political parties to be represented in the electoral process at a time when there is a lot of concern about trust in democracy, people feeling like their vote matters and their voice is heard. That can really help people feel more invested in the process. I think that is critically important. I moved to New Jersey last year from Massachusetts, where we did try to get ranked choice voting done. We tried to do it via ballot question, and sadly it failed. I spent all summer volunteering for it, knocking on doors, meeting with people. I really do believe it helps promote a healthy diversity of opinion. It allows third parties to actually have viability in our electoral system, which can help people, again, feel like their voice is being heard. And it does eliminate the need for runoff elections, which are costly. And we've heard a lot about the cost of living and unnecessary spending. I think it's a win-win-win, really. So thank you for the time.
Thank you very much.
I just want to follow along with the two persons who were talking about ranked choice voting. I'm a member of the League of Women Voters, and the League of Women Voters strongly supports ranked choice voting, and will be working to educate people on the topic as as it presents itself.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Oluwaseyi Oyelaja. So I stay on Maple. I'm here to support parking on Maple Avenue. I'm here to support parking on Maple Avenue. I think that's opposite of what someone that was here earlier came to say. So it was kind of really funny. We've not had any tickets or anything for a very long time. And then you come home one day, you park your car where you usually park it, you go to bed, and then you're about to go to work the next day, and then you have a ticket. If you go to New York a lot, okay, that's expected. But where you sleep, you can't even have respite there. So it was just out of place. And then I asked the owner of the building, and it was like, oh, that's how it's been. And it's been there like that for a long time. It's on the books, actually. And we spoke with them, and they stopped, and then we don't know why they started again. So the first thing with that, all of that area where the tickets, law enforcement or parking enforcement gave tickets, there is nowhere where it says no parking. So there is no way, and if you look at half of the buildings in that area, most of them are, for renters. So it's going to have a high turnover. and then you don't have anything saying, okay, you're not supposed to park here, and then somebody just comes in the middle of the night and just puts something there. It kind of feels like your space is violated. So I'm here to support parking on that area, and for the meantime, while the law is being worked on, maybe to amend it, to change it, if there's actually legally no parking, then it should be stated there clearly for everybody to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I? Is it okay? Ma'am, Ms. Rogers? Ms. Rogers? Hi. So I understand your frustration and your concern. I live on Woodland, so I understand what the parking situation is like where you live around the corner from me. Are you one of the residents that signed the petition with Mr. Raphael?
Not yet, but I think I will do that.
Okay. No, I'm just double checking because he was here at the last meeting. And during that meeting, I stated to him that our mobility committee would be handling and addressing and assessing the Maple Avenue situation. But in the interim, I think for our communications team and perhaps the township manager, we should send out a blast of some sort, because we've had a lot of residents move in during COVID and after COVID when we weren't issuing tickets by the police department. And now that we have the parking authority, they are issuing tickets. So residents may be confused, may be unaware as to why they're getting these tickets. So perhaps an e-blast, something on our township website that exactly specifies when overnight parking, and I'm going to say in air quotes, stop with the Montclair Police Department and start it up with the parking authority, so that residents are fully aware of what's happening and why it's happening. But again, just wanted to let you know that someone from your block was there, and there's actually 17 homes without driveway, so I totally understand your frustration.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Next
you.
speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Millien, and I recently, last week, attended the Fourth Ward Council meeting led by Ms. Councilwoman Toller. And the timing of my presence and the need to speak out at that meeting addressed housing concerns in Montclair stemming from my mom's, what we believe to be a wrongful eviction case against her by HomeCorps due to her attempting to stand up for her rights, as the New Jersey Tenants' Rights allows for affordable and livable conditions. And I want to, on record, say thank you to Ms. Toller, as well as to Ms. Malloy and to the Landlord-Tenant Advisory Committee, as they jumped into action to ensure that the issue is now resolved. However, while our situation may be resolved, there's so many families like mine who are being affected in Montclair, and I want to say it very strongly. This is predominantly within the Fourth Ward, and so Ms. Toller is representing the Fourth Ward. However, the Fourth Ward residents are residents of Montclair, period, which means that they need the support of every single person on this council, which means that you all were voted to not support only your section of Montclair, but the entire committee. And I can say it publicly, there are issues with segregation when it comes to Montclair. We are being put into this corner of the area, which we have overpopulation with parking, and the housing, the affordable housing that is available is unconscionable conditions. These people are being put in this, it would almost feel like a slave ship at times. And that is unacceptable. Whereas you have the Lackawanna Plaza conversation. I remember when it was Pathmark, many of us do. There are families who do not have access to vehicles, who have to take multiple methods of transportation just to get a carton of eggs. So that is something that is unacceptable in a town that is publicized as one of the best places to live in New Jersey. And moving forward, when we look at the conditions of Montclair, when we talk about creating housing and these things, when we see $1 million property for sale in Upper Mountain, these mansions, imagine if one of those were knocked down and created to be affordable housing. That would make so many more houses available rather than what's available at Lackawanna Plaza. However, if that were to happen, the outrage of the tenants or the residents in that area would be so much greater, and I would even bet to say would be heard more than what the Fourth Ward is enduring. And when you look at the inequity in terms of these are largely people of color, specifically Black Americans in Montclair, who are making a difference and have the most pride in this town, yet continue to be unheard. So my presence here tonight is to speak for those who feel unheard and to represent those who may fear that although they have this pride, they live in a town that is not representing themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, thank you, elected officials. I'm here to, my name is Jonathan Marshall. I'm here to speak in favor of ranked choice voting, the resolution you have on your agenda today. And I was very happy to hear that a couple of previous speakers also were in favor of it. So I don't have a whole lot to add to that, but a couple things I do want to say, and I hope you'll appreciate as elected officials yourselves and having to go through the process. One thing that's kind of weird about our current plurality voting system is that it can be affected by how many candidates are running, okay? If you just have two candidates running for a particular seat, it's easy. Whoever gets the most votes wins. But if you have 3 or 4 or 5, then it becomes kind of weird because you can have candidates who everybody likes a lot, but they split the vote. And that's the concept of a spoiler. Ranked choice voting is a way around that. It's really kind of cool because the process is everybody, when they vote, instead of just voting for one candidate, you rank your candidates. This is my first choice, this is my second choice, my third choice. And if during the counting of the ballots it turns out that your favorite candidate can't win, then your vote gets transferred to your next favorite candidate, and so on, which is great because it keeps your vote alive. And so you can be confident and rest assured that your vote will stay active and will mean more. That meaning is really important to voters. It helps people feel engaged in the process. It helps them feel like their vote isn't wasted, that it spares them from having to choose, do I vote for my really favorite candidate or somebody else who's more well-known who might actually win. They can vote for who they want first, and then if that person doesn't win, they vote for, their vote gets transferred to their second favorite choice, which I think is great. And personally, I think ranked choice voting is actually kind of fun. The idea of thinking about the candidates and who would I like best, who would I like second best. I'd also like to add to the previous comments by mentioning that ranked choice voting at this point is well known. It's been used around the world a number of times, and it's well tested. So I'd just like to thank you all for considering it as our elected officials. Appreciate it, and hope that you will ask our state legislators through this resolution to give us the option to have ranked choice voting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Lonnie Summer Padilla, and I'm a resident of Montclair. First, I want to express my gratitude to Councilor D'Amato for his earlier statement regarding the anti-Semitic comment that was spoken during the last town council meeting 2 weeks ago by Imam Kevin Dawood Amin, who is a Montclair Police Department chaplain and is here tonight. The chaplain Imam Amin stood at this podium for public comment in which he used a classic anti-Semitic trope. The response from this town council in hearing the anti-Semitic trope was silence, with the exception of Mayor Baskerville thanking him for his comment. While I respect everyone's right to express their views, as well as everyone's right to also not express their views, we must hold our town officials to a higher standard when it comes to promoting unity and understanding. The use of harmful tropes, harmful stereotypes, particularly those that have been historically weaponized against Jewish people, is unacceptable. Such remarks not only hurt members of the Jewish community, but also undermine the sense of safety and inclusivity we strive to maintain in Montclair. As council members, you have a responsibility more than any other resident of this town to speak out in condemnation of hate speech so as to guard against the spread of hatred in our town. When you don't, you not only become bystanders to hate, you also give permission for it, thereby allowing it to grow. It was not lost on me that several council members had a lot to say 2 weeks ago about the way the public speaks to and about the town council and public employees, as well you should have. No one deserves to be attacked, and it is your job to uphold civility and respect in the council chambers. Immediately after the last town council meeting, I sent all of you an email to express the hurt, fear, and disappointment in all of you for your choice to not rebuke the anti-Semitism that was on display here. In that email, I asked you what had stopped you from defending the Jewish community from hate speech. The first response I received, not surprisingly, was from Councilor D'Amato, who had the integrity to not only respond with immediacy to my email, but also to take accountability and make a commitment to not falter again when faced with hate speech being spoken in these chambers. I have to say I was blown away by his response, and I can't thank you enough, Councilor D'Amato, for having the courage to take accountability and apologize in a meaningful way. He took that even further tonight by making his statement earlier. I received other responses several days later from a few other counselors who also acknowledged that they understood that the chaplain had spoken an anti-Semitic trope, but hesitated to remark on it for fear that it might not be the best choice in the moment and might make things worse. While I understand that strategy for dealing with conflict, I cannot accept that from public officials, as again, it is your duty to guard all residents and our town from hate. We desperately need an apology from each of you, especially the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Folitana. First of all, I didn't know we were allowed to say shithole on the microphone, but I did appreciate that poem. It was very beautiful. Thank you. And Noah, yes, of course, taxes, crazy, right? As taxes are crazy. But if we lower taxes, then the rich people are going to move out, right? So if it is a Montclair thing, then I guess it would be up to them to decide if they want to keep generations in town. But if it's not, and it's a New Jersey thing, then you might have to take it to the next level, right? But yeah, anyways, anybody want to answer that phone? No? Okay. So I'm here to talk about a couple of things about downtown. I know that we were talking about parking issues, right? I know Bloomfield Avenue has a lot of traffic right now, and I believe that a lot of it is coming from Uber drivers, Grubhub, a lot of these ride-sharing cars that are coming in and out. But I was speaking with Ms. Shen Anderson the other week at one of the downtown meetings for small businesses, and I mentioned that we could perhaps put, because a lot of those are the Grubhub bikers. Like, there's a lot of electric bikes out there on the road, and they ride up on the curb, they park wherever they want, they double parking, whatever the case may be. So we were thinking about maybe not taking, maybe putting little parking spaces for them specifically, so that can minimize most of that traffic. I'm just thinking out loud that we were doing. But I didn't come here specifically for something to talk about, but Rostafa gave me an idea when he was talking about his event for nonprofit. I'm actually a film producer and music producer here in town, and we are producing a documentary on a historian here, I guess you can say, call him Howard Finney III. He founded the Cobras, the Montclair Cobras, back in 1969, and that organization, the Montclair Cobras youth football program, is still thriving today, 55 years later. He put out thousands and thousands of kids to superstar status, such as David Tyree, Sean Jones, Super Bowl champions, Quintus McDonald, and so forth. But I do have a nonprofit organization. It's called Inspired Films Foundation, 501c3, and he gave me the idea of, since this is a historic being here from Montclair, perhaps we can find some funds to maybe put towards that documentary and making
Thank you
this
very
happen.
much for
So,
coming.
thank you.
Next,
Appreciate
please.
it.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Eric Payne, 12-year resident of Montclair this time. Just on behalf of the legislation or the ordinance O-24-32, Cannabis, thank you for addressing this issue. I know I speak on behalf of all 4 of the cannabis awardees that we support your addressing this and passage of this. So I just want to say thank you again. Thanks for your guys addressing this. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Greetings, I'm Paula Givens, Citrus NJ, 586 Bloomfield Avenue. We have been paying rent for 2 years on our property, applied for a cannabis retailer license, and I'm here in support of the ordinance. I'd like to thank Mr. Burr and others who worked on it. I want to talk about 2 aspects of this. One aspect that I communicated with in an email before you took office, and one I've communicated with a few of you about. The first issue is section 110-9A, prerequisite, okay? Now this, if you remember back in April, there was a 3rd reading of a revision, and this is something that made it into that revision, but that was not in the original ordinance, okay? And what I want to, and I've been a cannabis attorney for 10 years. I'm a former federal attorney. I'm not here as an attorney on behalf of Citrus. I'm their director of compliance. But what I want to tell you is I've reviewed hundreds of ordinances. And generally, this revision really checks a lot of boxes. It does. There's 2 problems. This prerequisite issue in 110-9A, it puts the cart before the horse, okay? And what it changes is, it says that in order for you to be able to get a municipal license, you first have to obtain a license in accordance with the adult use law from the CRC, okay? Now, as I explained, there's 2 different license types. There's a conditional license type, which is sort of a half license, and you already have this half conditional license. But there's also an annual license. So this particular requirement cuts out a whole class of applicant. It cuts out a whole class of business applicants who would like to have one of these licenses. And I really urge you, this is a great revision. It really truly is. But this is a glaring defect that cuts out a whole class of applicants who could apply for this, and that would be annual applicants. Second, your 110-24B. If a license is inactive for 6 months, the city council has the right to revoke it. I want to point out that Ascend moved on June 16th, right? We know they're not coming back. We know it. They've moved on. They've left. They took their state license elsewhere. So I'm wondering if 6 months isn't too long, and I'm wondering what the thought is behind that, right? The interesting thing behind this is an appeal right. If you change the 6 months to a lesser period, the people will still have an appeal right. And I'd like to talk more, but thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker,
Mayor, very
please.
quickly, Mr. Burr, so this was done, Ms. Gibbons, this is the general comment period. And there we have a comment period associated with the ordinance in its reading. So can we return to this, Mr. Burr? And then, so hang around and maybe you can help us. Yeah, thanks.
Hi, my name is Brett Lofgren. I am a resident of Montclair. Been here for about 7 years, and every day driving home from work, I drive by the Lackawanna project. And I've been wondering about what can we do to really, make this something impactful. I think there was a gentleman earlier that spoke, Charles Rosen, that highlighted a lot of really valuable details and insights that could benefit the town and the community. And And I just wanted to come up here, and it's my first time coming to the town council and say I'm 100% behind this project, and I'm excited for it to kick off. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Deirdre Malloy.
Good evening.
I wanted to support what Tony was saying regarding the Rent Control Board and with regard to Valley and Bloom. Valley and Bloom has been a problem with its unconscionable rent increases, along with the Allister. There is no cap on rent increases yet in the state. However, there is a bill A3361 that's in the 2024-2025 Assembly session for establishing a limit on rent increases for tenants residing in modular or manufactured homes, which has nothing to do with a product like Valley Bloom, which, as was stated, is exempt from rent control for approximately 30 years. It's a new construction law, and it is up for reconsideration because it expired prior to the date that was mentioned. With regard to the 18%, first I'll say to tenants, there's a tenants organization of Montclair. You can reach out to them to organize, to learn about your tenants' rights. Also, the Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee, which I chair, helped the Allister fight against unconscionable rent increases, which then came to the council and then went to the Rent Control Board, and then the landlord ended up in court. They appealed. There was a whole process involved. But when people experience unconscionable rent increases and several other issues, like Ms. Millian mentioned, Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee works to find out the facts on both the landlord and the tenant side. And I'll mention when we were able to succeed against the Allister owners, Councilor Toller was on the Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee at that point. The point I'm making here is that there is significant issues here in town with regard to the housing stock. I have other things to say, but I'll keep it brief. As regarding home core, for the last several years, landlord-tenant has received complaints which were not made public. This particular incident, which was mentioned at the Fourth Ward Council meeting, not council, I stand corrected, public meeting, with this tenant having an issue, won't go into the whole laundry list, but there were some improper procedures that occurred. And after Landlord-Tenant Advisory reviewed it, it was deemed that it was worthy to send a letter with the tenant to court to identify the issues. Now, we support landlords and tenants alike, indifferently. However, I'm saying this and I'll be done. There are issues with HomeCore, an agency that I love, that many of us love, because it has historically done some amazing things in town. And so I think it's time to take a look at what's going on, how resolution can occur, and what we can do next.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Good evening. I have a problem. My rights as a Black American person who's practicing Islam in the United States is being threatened. Let me tell you exactly why. The last time I spoke here, I made a comment about groups. Everybody heard it. One person, Lonnie Summer Padilla, put on Facebook and accused me of anti-Semitism because it was a trope. How can it be a trope when I'm talking about groups? Further, there was a hearing at the Civil Rights Commission. No, I didn't get any process. Nothing happened to me. Okay, I'm Muslim. And this illustrates my problem. Everybody else takes something they can generalize, takes it, and now everybody say that it's anti-Semitism. That's going to be a problem. You've replaced the body where this was on stage, right? In the Montclair local, a member of the Civil Rights Commission went and said, I'm representing the commission, and made a statement about a Quaker organization having a lecture at the library. And it was picketed by people who identified as Jews in the city. We had a councilwoman who also was there, giving the appearance that she didn't support people who are Palestinian or Muslims. That's unacceptable. I came to that meeting and I said, what are the ramifications? I asked you, Mr. LaPola, I asked you, Mr. Burr, and Sean Spiller said, oh, the chairperson is going to resign. So then I went and tried to get minutes for the Civil Rights Commission. They don't have minutes going back to 2011. You're having hearings and there's no documentation. You're making decisions on who's going to be serving the city and you don't have no documentation. You could just do anything based upon who's friendly. So we have somebody who just got in town in 2014, and I've been here 50 years. Some people, I served in this town on committees, I was appointed. I was appointed before the representative was Sandra Lang, Cummings, Ms. Baskerville, all the way back to Audrey Fletcher. That's how long I've been, that's when I served the town, in a financial capacity. Some of you might have been playing around. And some of you didn't even live in Essex County. I'm telling you, I'm putting you on notice. I want minutes. I'm going to the Civil Rights Commission and I'm going to file a complaint.
Thank you very much for coming. Next, please.
I don't even know what to say to that. My name is Beth Perlman. I am a Jewish resident of this town for 13 years, and I'm moving in 2 weeks. And I want to thank Eric. He's the only person who wrote back to me after I wrote to all of you about, I am telling you, as a Jew, and as most other Jews will tell you, an anti-Semitic trope was spoken at this microphone. I got a response from you, Mayor, which was insufficient at best. And worse, you took that answer and you pasted and copied it to a friend of mine who wrote to you a similar complaint. I heard from none of you. And it's terribly disappointing. We don't have to prove to you that it's an anti-Semitic trope.
Yes, you do.
It's.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
You don't accuse no citizen of.
And this is unacceptable. This, what's going on back here, is unacceptable. You need to say something. And you need to apologize to the Jewish community.
Thank you for coming. Next. Anyone else wish to speak this evening? Oh. Why isn't the clock moving? Why isn't the clock moving? Push it.
Push? Oh, there we go. Hello, push. That's the first time I had to push the button. So there are some seconds on the clock. I would like that reset. Because I wasn't ready.
It starts from the time you go up there.
Who does that?
Please.
Because I need my full 3 minutes. It's supposed to be 5.
Can you please begin and go?
Okay. Ahava Felicidad, Montclair native, president of the Tenants Organization of Montclair, the group that brought us rent control. Good evening, everyone. I'm sorry that I missed the last meeting. It was unexpected. So for every council meeting, I have a prepared comment. Most times I end up having to address what comes in just days before the meeting. I'll start now with a carry-on Valley and Bloom, exempt from rent control, but not exempt from having tenants' rights. So we need to make it very clear that just because a building or a home is not included under the rent control ordinance does not mean that the tenants who live there have no rights. There are still unconscionable percentages that need to be addressed. Hashtag leverage. So if you live in one of these locations and it is unconscionable, it is still unconscionable whether you're covered under rent control or not. We do have tenants who are reaching out who want to help with organizing. So please do continue to push through on that, follow up with that. I'm following up with people who have said that they want to help. So we just have to make sure that they get to us and begin to organize. And I'm always very clear with everyone about their rights under retaliation. We have a training handbook, an organizing handbook, and retaliation is not acceptable. So you have rights with regards to retaliation. I'm here tonight confused as to why tenants are getting letters telling them that they have to move. I'm gonna do my best with this one. Because the rent is late, September 15th, and then they get a letter telling them that if the rent's not paid in 3 days, that they are surrendering their apartment where they live. That is not legal. We should not have any tenants getting letters like that, because there's no way that you get a letter that says you have to pay in 3 days or you give your apartment up at the end of the same month. And then I have to say, we have to meet, you need to make sure you know your rights, referring people to legal aid. I'm not mentioning names tonight. I'm not even going to mention the ownership of this particular location in Montclair, New Jersey, in the town that I love and that all of us in the room hopefully love as well and want to see members of our community stay here. Educators stay here, many of whom will not talk to me because of fear of retaliation. So they rely on others who speak up, because I could speak to 10 people in a week and 7 of those stories will be the same situation or same circumstance.
Okay,
and
thank
it's
you very much.
unacceptable.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Greetings, peace and blessings. Kalia Sweat, as I said before, born, raised, stayed. I'm also the president of the Montclair chapter of the National Independent Black Parent Association. I'm a former decade-long civil rights commissioner. I'm also the founder of PAC, Parents Protecting All African Children. I didn't mention any of that last time because if you notice, everything I said kind of overlaps. You see the spirit in terms of what I represent. I actually came here tonight to kind of follow up on where we are in terms of the Black Liberation Flag. The last time I stood here, well, the first time, I was very pleased with you all. I appreciated the energy that came back this way. It wasn't the vampirical situation that normally exists. But the last time was very different. You were very silent. It even made you look different from where I am. You almost look like statues because the people who were speaking last time, I saw you. This time, everyone just sat and looked at me. So I'm wondering, where do we stand as it pertains to the next steps of having the Black Liberation Flag flown on a regular basis in Montclair? You now can see why anybody who's conscious, who is proud, who's Black, of African descent in Montclair would truly appreciate our flag. It's a very powerful symbol, and maybe it would remind people to act right. You know, I came to this council in 2014 to mention that a teacher said she needed a slave. In addition to that, even still here now, we know we've had 3 Black children sexually assaulted in our schools by the same boy. Hardly anything done. Now, when I come to these meetings in 2024, this is a very hostile environment. It's very hostile. And I would really appreciate the same way some other people said, I feel like black people in Montclair need your protection when we come here to this podium. Since I've come here recently, I've seen the black mayor attacked. Somebody came and sat behind me last time and said she felt threatened. Anyone who watches the video, you'll see her pointing at me with her thumb, talking about me with this other woman in the room. Now we had a black man standing at a podium. Whenever we come to these spaces as ourselves, representing our own issues, there seems to be a problem. It seems like Montclair is only comfortable accepting black people when it's sport and play. But when it's serious, dealing with our culture, our safety, and our protection, everyone's silent, to the point that I don't even know this woman, and she looks over and makes remarks to me. Why are black people not safe in Montclair? Why are black people being pushed out of Montclair? I was at the meeting of the night. I'm very happy that your situation got resolved because we are treated much differently than everybody here. I'm asking why. And we need you to do better. HIB, harassment, intimidation, and bullying when it comes to schools. It is black children who go unresponded to. They don't even have cases most of the time. You wanna know why? Because even their parents are disrespected. So when you get a chance, I know that's my time, when you get a chance at some point, please respond to let me know where we stand in terms of the black liberation flag being risen every February and every August. I'd appreciate that.
Good evening. I'm actually tired already of having to address this council and email this council. Anybody who's been around for a while knows that I'm usually not here unless my name is Nicole Farjani. And I'm mad. I'm mad at what I hear. I'm disgusted at what I hear. That a black man, an imam, a man of faith, is being attacked the way he is. And I was at the Civil Rights Commission, and I was at the meeting where these words were spoken, and I've listened to it time and time again. And I do not hear any tropes, Mr. D'Amato. I do not. It is dangerous for people to mix up anti-Semitism when it's not anti-Semitism. It puts Jewish people in harm's way. It puts people in harm's way. This imam did not mention which group he was talking about. For all I know, he was talking about rich white people, elites, but people up here and people back there are trying to put words in his mouth, and it is shameful. And it needs to stop.
Thank you for coming. Next, please.
May I briefly?
Next speaker, please.
Marcella Simaderis, 15 Mountain View Place. I praise the Lord, everyone. I felt compelled to speak because I heard mention of the Civil Rights Commission. I have served on the Civil Rights Commission, and it's not where work gets done. It's not where racial equity gets accomplished. It's a smoke screen. So I'm here to put that on the record, okay? So be clear. It's a smoke screen. And I served under the leadership that's leading it right now, and that's when it even got weaker. So I wanted to put that on the record. And then I don't really get involved in the Middle East issues because it's too complex and too historical, and I really want to stay focused on education because black children in New Jersey don't get a fair education. They don't. The state's getting sued. They lost. 75% of the kids in this state don't go to school with children that look like themselves, not with other people. So that's where I'd like to keep my energy. But I'm very concerned with the attack on people. That people of faith, I'm left speechless just to know that there's people comfortable in this community to come to this mic And first of all, black people are vulnerable to begin with. We know this. We know this. We don't have to debate that. It's a fact. It's a fact. Everything, they're disproportionately impacted. Anything that's bad that's happening to anybody in this country, in this state, in this city, it's happening worse to black people. Okay? End of story. That's a fact. That's a fact. All right? So stop this nonsense. Stop responding. Stop being scared, because I'm really disappointed that you were receptive one night, but then when some people came up and spoke and tried to get in the way of equity like they always did. Why do you think this country, after, when was the civil rights, 65? Why are we still having problems? Why after Brown versus Board of Ed, what is that, 70 years ago? Why are we still in segregated schools? Because there are smoke screens. There are people that are trying to stop it from happening. Don't play a part in that, please.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Sarah Avery, Montclair resident. Last Tuesday, Councilor Toller conducted a Fourth Ward community meeting at which a number of township employees made presentations. It seems to me that most township employees care very much about the community and are doing the best they can to perform the services they are employed to provide. That being said, there is no doubt that inefficiencies and inadequacies exist. From poor communication regarding recycling procedures to the complete lack of reporting from department heads to the community citing any data. This failure is attributable to poor leadership. The council meeting agenda also highlights the poor leadership. Why is the audit certification identified as part of the consent agenda when it is clear the audit has numerous errors? Note 9, litigation. Why isn't the Rao case settlement of $1 million that the residents are paying for not disclosed? Note 12, risk management states there were no amounts settled which exceeded insurance coverage for each of the past years, for each of the past 3 years. That may be true for 2021 to 2023, but in the subsequent period, the Rao case was settled and the insurance didn't cover $1 million. At the very least, this should be disclosed in Note 9, litigation, and Note 19, the subsequent events, so as not to mislead the reader. Furthermore, a corrective action plan is required per the New Jersey Administrative Code with respect to the very comments and recommendations the audit certification references. 7 exceptions out of a sample of 25 purchases represents a 28% error rate. The auditor's failure to identify this as a significant weakness in internal control violates professional standards. Why does this council allow the manager continue to undermine the safety and security of this community? Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Karen, and I'm a Montclair resident. I was not planning to speak, but after the loud comments, I felt that I need to say something. First of all, being loud and aggressive doesn't make you right. And in terms of the anti-Semitic comments that were done that was said by the imam, a religion person, I gave him the doubt. I gave him the benefit of the doubt, but if you go to the social media of this person, it completes the page. He tells you that he's a October 7th denier, and he says that the media is controlled by Jews. He didn't say that day, but we all know what he meant. So I'm worried that we are, I'm living in a town that my representative are allowing on stage, someone like him to come and say something like that, and no comment to defend the Jewish population in this town is scary to me. No matter if he's a religion person. So I'm worried and I'm hurt, and I really believe that we owe an apology here. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more speakers at this time, we're going to close the public comment. We're going to move to pending ordinances, second reading. I'm going to open the public hearing without objection. Is there anyone present who wishes to be heard in relation to the proposed ordinance? Pending ordinance 024-30. Mr. D'Amato?
Pending ordinance 024-30, an ordinance to amend section 327 vehicles and traffic of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey, and I so move.
I second. Council, any discussion?
I would just thank the Vision Zero Task Force and everybody in the government for making the move to change this intersection and to do the modifications that they've done there, which if you haven't been up to Park in Alexander or Park in Lorraine, are a heartening sign of the future of a safer town. So that's it. Just thanks, and let's vote this.
Anyone wish to be heard on this ordinance? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Anderson? I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Pending ordinance B, please, Councilor Birmingham.
Pending ordinance O-24-31, ordinance to amend section 327-11, speed limits of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey, entire length of Valley Road, 25 miles per hour. And I so move.
Second.
Anyone wish comment on that from the council? Councilor Birmingham?
I do just have one question that just occurred to me. So on Valley Road, there's at least one school. And schools, have that speed limit is 20 miles per hour. So this doesn't supersede like by saying entire length. I just want to be clear.
No, you're correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone in the audience wish to be heard on this? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Councilor Lockman?
This is new business ordinance, ordinance 0-24-29. This is an ordinance amending Article 19, Defense and Indemnification, to Chapter 3 of the Code of the Township of Montclair.
Anyone wish to move that?
So moved, sorry.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any
Second.
discussion? Counselor Toller?
Yes, a question is from Attorney Burr. I know we heard a comment from the public about the words may versus shall. In your professional opinion, is that something that we need to edit here?
I believe that was referred to, just need to find where that was.
Sure.
That's section B.
Yeah.
Section B, covered person has the right to appeal, no, not that one.
No, sorry, A, under 369, 3-69, grounds for refusal to provide defense. That's what you're referring to?
Right.
Yeah, that, under my professional opinion, that could be changed to shall.
May I say something? I think the way leaving it as may gives you the discretion, given the circumstances of the situation, rather than having to, shall means you must. So if you had a situation where it was unclear or it was a little bit doubtful, then you would have the discretion. At your discretion, you should agree, or not, I'm sorry, you should refuse to defend. It's interesting, just, there could be gray areas that don't come under these sections 1 through 5. And I think that, you can't make it a mandatory shall. You need to look at the individual circumstance and then make your decision.
Can you do may or shall?
No, you would have to pick one or the other.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some people wanted this, so now we're going to pick it apart, but just throwing it out there for the record, making sure,
That it's a
should it be
poli-
may versus shall?
It should be a policy decision by the governing body.
Mayor, may I just comment?
Deputy Mayor.
Just respond.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I hear what you're saying. I hear what is being heard, but said about on the other side. I'm just, in terms of when I'm reading it, it's still, I think I'm okay with may, because the way I'm reading it, the attorney still has to make a determination that one of these things is true. So in my mind, I'm okay with leaving it as may.
Yeah.
This is taken from.
No, this is up to the council. This is a policy decision. No problem.
Counselor Birmingham?
I was just going to say, I think some of this was taken from state statute, right? So do we know how that reads there in terms of may or shall? I feel like this is sort of taken word for word from there. But so, Mr. Burr, can you answer a question that, I think some of us have heard that there's a concern that that an ordinance like this, and let me be clear, I believe in indemnifying both employees and volunteers, and I think Montclair is actually one of the last towns to pass an ordinance around this. But in this document, in terms of covering for corruption, or if somebody is being tried for corruption or accused of corruption, this document, I think we've discussed it, you feel like does not put the town on the hook for covering people who are accused of crime. I think that's, or corruption, or, if something like the Menendez case, that we would be,
Correct.
covering endless legal bills around that.
My opinion, based on the reading, especially in 369A, where we're discussing may or shall, I think it's clear in paragraph 3, provision 3, that if a covered person, whether it be a employee, elected official, or appointed official of the township, was indicted or charged with a crime pursuant to our criminal statute, that they would not be eligible for coverage under this ordinance.
Okay.
So,
Does that need to be specified in this?
That it is.
I mean, like broken down in Sesame Street form, so that.
Deputy Mayor?
My opinion, it is specified. I believe that if the township attorney is reading the ordinance, and whoever that person may be.
Deputy Mayor?
They'd be able to define that.
Yeah, I was, so I was just gonna, I was just going to agree that it does seem to be spelled out in section 3-69A3, which is what I think Mr. Burr just read from, that if they're charged of a crime or offense under, criminal law, that we don't have to provide the defense, that they have to actually, that's the whole point of this. And then, and it goes further to say, even at the end, section 3.3-71, nothing in this article shall authorize the township to pay, it's 3-71B. In any matter where the township is required to provide a defense under this article, the township, I'm reading the wrong thing, I'm sorry, there's another, oh yes, it is C, that we're not going to be required to pay punitive or exemplary damages if the damages result from a commission of a crime, actual malice, actual fraud. So, I mean, it seems like if they are, absolved of any of those charges or anything, unless that's the case, then we would not be obligated, so.
I have a question. Go ahead.
Councilor Williams, thank you.
We got a question from a resident about section 3-71B, and I think in relation to the extent that the settlement exceeds the town's insurance, and they were cautioning, that maybe we should speak with the insurance company to see that this particular provision is kosher. So
The ordinance, when it was originally adopted, was provided to the JIF. The JIF reviewed it, and they approved it.
May I just say something? So also, it's
Councilor Lockman.
It's standard practice in insurance policies and commercial insurance policies to allow this kind of indemnification clause. I mean, I just know that from my work experience.
It's also permitted by state law, and if you read the case law states that municipalities, local governments are pretty much bound to provide defense and indemnification to their employees and elected officials.
Well, this is going beyond employees and elected officials.
Yeah.
It's volunteers
Well,
is
when
who
you say-
we're really
yeah.
concerned about.
And
yeah.
when you're referring to volunteers, let's be clear about that. That's generally people who are appointed to our commissions and boards who serve the town, planning board, zoning board, historic preservation, those situations. I believe there was in the past a situation where the planning board members were individually sued for an act that the planning board took in the commission of their duties, and those, or one of the planning board members was sued, and that member wasn't afforded defense and indemnification, had to pay for it, the cost of attorney representation out of her pocket. So, so if she had sued, she probably would have been able to recoup her legal fees from the township.
Councilor Toller.
Thank you. But I'm just making sure, you said this isn't up to the attorney's discretion, it's up to the JIF.
No, that's not what I said. I said that the JIF had reviewed and approved our defense and indemnification ordinance. Now, there is, so when this kicks in, basically, is a matter would be sent to the JIF. If an individual in their
But who makes
capacity.
that decision for it to go to the
Well,
JIF?
That is our practice, policy in the township, law departments, is that anytime we get a lawsuit in, we refer it to the JIF
Okay.
for coverage. Right? So lawsuit comes in, we refer it to the JIF for coverage. They make a determination whether they're going to provide coverage. So we'll either get a letter from them saying, this is covered under the policy, or a denial of coverage, this is not covered. If that happens, then we have to make a decision on if it's an individual who needs indemnification and not being covered by the JIF, whether they're entitled to coverage pursuant to the ordinance.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Just may I?
Councilor Lockman.
They could also, the JIF is the insurance company. They could also cover the person with the reservation of rights.
They can do that too.
Meaning that if they find something out later on, they can cut off
They
coverage.
cut off coverage. And this ordinance permits the township to do the same thing. So if there's a question as to whether the individual should receive defense and indemnification, we can issue a reservation of rights letter to them that will cover you, but we may, find a reason that you're not covered at a later date.
Madam Mayor, just one question. So we're passing this, if we pass this on first reading, and then over the course and, before the next meeting, if we find that there are maybe a couple of words that we want to tweak, just, I'm just thinking, then at second reading, we can still pass the amended, we can.
Well, it depends.
How would that, okay.
So if you introduce it tonight and it gets introduced by majority vote, then at the second reading, it has a public hearing, and if the council decides to amend the ordinance, if it's a non-substantive amendment, then you can adopt it that night. If it's substantive, if it's deemed to be a substantive change, then it gets reintroduced and gets put on for another meeting for public hearing for adoption.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Deputy Mayor?
I have one more question. I just want to be clear because I don't believe that I saw a redlined copy. Just can we be absolutely clear what the edits are to this version?
Do you want me to tell you tonight? I don't know if I could do that. I could give you everything. But basically, let me give you the
Sure.
general change.
Please.
Was that we changed it so that it was clear that it was adding people who sat on the commissions and boards, volunteers. So we expanded the definition of those covered. In the original, we referred to employees, and that referred to either appointed or hired government officials and employees. We wanted to make sure that it was understood that people that were sitting on our boards and commissions that served the township in an official capacity were also covered by the ordinance. So we changed the wording or the definition to include those people, which we refer to as volunteers in those capacities, authorized by the township. There were a few other minor changes to it relating to, we added, sorry, let me put this on the record too. We added an appeal process to the ordinance so that if someone was denied coverage, individual, they'd have an opportunity for due process and to have that decision reviewed by through an arbitration process by a retired judge. So that's a new thing. So if I deny, or the township attorney denies someone coverage, that they'd have the right to have a second eyes on that. And then there was just a couple of minor changes to wording so that it was clear about reimbursement of fees if the individual that was covered had their own outside counsel representing them that was not either the township attorney or township attorney hired attorney representing that how their fees, those fees would be reimbursed.
Thank you very much, Attorney. Is there any urgency to this or any reason why we couldn't table this until we got, everything clean with all of that in it?
I don't know why you'd want to table it. Not that there's urgency, but I think clarity in the law is important. If there's a member that's of the council that's concerned about the adoption of this, there would be no reason not to table it. However, you could introduce it. It has to go through another reading, and then address the issues while we're waiting for it to go through for public hearing.
May I?
Councilor Lockman?
This ordinance has been looked at by 4 attorneys. It's been incorporated edits from those attorneys. It's, I think, as finished as it could be. I don't know why you would want to table this. I just feel like, we should just vote on it.
Counselor Williams?
So you would prefer that we vote on it and potentially it not get passed rather than table it and work on people? I'm not being argumentative. I just want to know.
From listening to this discussion, I'm not sure what the open questions are. It seemed like Attorney Burr has addressed everything. Hopefully people have read this and understand what it is. And he's addressed the questions you have. And I don't know why you wouldn't just move forward with this. That's my point of view.
Counselor D'Amato?
I mean, I am inclined to follow Attorney Burr's advice here that we can, so why we would pay special extra attention, I know that a lot of attorneys have looked at this and we've talked and Counsel Lockman has worked very hard, is that some of us really got up here in the spirit of being very concerned about the legal representation that was given and how that first thing was done. So there may not be specific concerns, but we want to be extra double, triple careful that this reflects our values and that we're all comfortable with it. But that said, as the attorney said, that doesn't, we can introduce it tonight and vote on it. And then if somebody wants to make a case at the next reading that we need to extend it, it'd be the same as not introducing it tonight. So with great respect to the people who are objecting now, who I will consult with, I would be for voting for it tonight to let it, and then I'll look at it over the next 2 weeks. And if there's a need to make a stink, then we can make a stink then.
Can I say one more thing?
Counselor Lockman?
So we know that we already have coverage for council people and municipal employees. So the people I'm trying to include here are volunteers. And to my knowledge, has there been any suits against volunteers? Those aren't the people who are really at risk, but they should be covered, not from a logical point of view. So I don't think those are people that bring the real risk to this situation. But if you checked your loss runs, has there ever been a volunteer who's been sued? Other than Robin, but that was corrected by the introduction of this ordinance. So what we're trying to do is just expand it to make sure it covers all volunteers on all our commissions and boards.
I certainly agree with what you're saying, Councilor Lockman. I am trying to figure out the former officer piece and what that looks like in terms of people that we may now need to be providing some type of compensation for, or some type of, I don't know, I'm trying to figure out what that looks for former officers.
Yeah.
And to answer your question, there have been other volunteers that have been sued other than Councilor Schlager.
I know there have, but it's not the big exposure here. The big exposure are counselors for the most part.
Right, but and some of the question I have is confidential, and I can't discuss that here.
Right. The reason you would add former, present and former volunteers, counselors, elected officials, whatever, is because you could have a lawsuit that took place, a year ago, and so the council and the volunteer staff have changed. So you don't want those people who were volunteers, like, for example, I was on the planning board for 8 years, and then I was no longer on the planning board. But there could have been a suit that arose out of, like, Lackawanna Plaza, where I was included. And you shouldn't really hang me out to dry just because I'm no longer a volunteer. I was a volunteer during the time of the incident, so it would seem logical to me to make sure that I have coverage and protection.
So I think that I'm concerned about, like, how far back are you going with the coverage and protection in terms of former?
There's no limit.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah, just
Deputy Mayor?
if the claim arises from their performance of the duties, I think it makes sense, and it seems consistent with some other, I believe other townships provide the same type of protection. I don't know, I feel like I've had most of my questions answered, so I'm okay with going forward.
Just to, Mayor, if I may, just to add that it wouldn't be an indefinite amount of time because there are statute of limitations on when people, how long people can be sued for. So if it was an act that took place 10 years ago, likelihood would be the statute of limitations would have ran, and especially criminal statutes are shorter in length generally.
Sorry, I should have said that.
Correct. No, I'm aware of that. Thank you so much, Attorney. Anyone else? Anyone here wish to be heard on that? Oh, no, this was a first reading.
So, did I make a motion?
You made a motion,
okay.
and there was a second? Please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Deputy Mayor, would you please do the ordinance 024-32?
Sure. This is O-24-32, ordinance to supersede, repeal, and replace Chapter 110, Cannabis of the Township Code of Montclair. And I so move.
Second? Discussion?
I do want to bring up the one, Ms. Gibbons, who mentioned around the prerequisite, because just in terms of, it sounds like you need to have zoning approval and then apply for the license. And so I'm just, because I think that one of the things that we are having here is that people want to be able to change their location if they need to. And so I'm just wondering about this prerequisite in terms of even just being able to file an initial application. How does that work? Like,
Well, I'm not absolutely sure what the concern is. Oops, sorry, my mic isn't on. Okay, so the process generally is that the township issues a license, informs the public that it's issuing a license, a cannabis business license, and the applicant would have to demonstrate, one, where their location was going to be was properly zoned for that license, and that they would be able to get site plan approval, which is required by the ordinance. Upon them being able to do that, they would also, at that time, get a resolution of support from the township to go to the state to start their application process with the state. Once that was completed, they would then apply for the license, and that's basically the process on how we do it. So I'm not 100% sure the concern about what category of applicants would be not able to apply.
so I'm just thinking of, let's say that they're interested in one property and then the zoning board says, well, you can't, we're not going to approve this unless you do X, Y, and Z, or, or unless X, Y, and Z happens. And if they don't, if that's a prerequisite to even file an application, it seems like you're requiring them, and maybe I'm not understanding, but it seems like.
So the process is, and it's not the zoning board, it's, they go to the planning board, they file an application with the planning board. When I say site plan approval, is that the location, the address that they determine that they want to put their store is in the proper zone for the conditional use under our zoning ordinance. There's only two areas right now that the zoning ordinance permits a retail cannabis business, and I believe there is another area that permits manufacturing and cultivating. For the retail business, it's the C1 corridor, Bloomfield Avenue, and a portion of Valley Road by the Quick Check. I guess that's from Walnut down to James Street-ish. I don't know the exact boundaries. And then they have to make sure that within that zoning area where they pick their store, they're not within, I believe it's 200 feet of a school. I'm not 100% sure, so I'm saying things I'm not positive how the zoning ordinance reads, but they have to make sure they meet all of the zoning requirements to obtain a license. And they have to do that first, because if they apply for the license and then are granted what would amount to a conditional license and then go before the zoning board and find out that they can't even open up their shop there, it would be a waste of, it would have been a waste of time. So that's why we've made that a prerequisite.
Counselor Toller?
Thank you. With these zoning areas, you said C1, and you're not 100% certain about the growing zoning area.
Yes, the
Okay.
growing is on, I know there's a location on Pine Street where they're permitted to, I think it's more like manufacturing, warehousing.
Sure.
Sections of the town.
Okay, the other question I have is, do you know if they are allowed variance hardships if they don't fit into these areas?
No, they're not allowed, no variance
Thank
for operating them.
Mayor?
Counselor D'Amato?
I imagine that at some future day, we'll be coming back to this ordinance. Would it not seem logical that if we are, one of the main changes that we are making to introduce tonight is to allow licensees to move their operations and the physical location, that in the future, that first application process would not be tied to a location? I'm just, conceptually, once we allow for the license to be transported physically from one part of town that's zoned correctly to another, why would we retain that requirement of having zoning approval at the beginning of the process?
Because you want to know where they're going to locate their business. So I think it's an absolute requirement that the applicant has a location that they're going to. So you have to remember, part of the application process requires them to either be able to prove ownership of the location.
True.
Or have tenancy rights in the location.
Is that true also for the CRC license?
Yes, that
It is, okay, fine.
Mayor.
Yes.
Just back to this prerequisite issue in terms of they're required to have a state license, and is that, do other towns or does any, let them do that in parallel where you get you're applying for the state license and then you get approval from the town? And I'm just asking because does it then, do you have a state license for, let's say, a year and you pay however, and then if it's going to take you another 6 months to get approval from the town, is it, site approval, is it just become a very lengthy process?
Well, in order to be an active business, cannabis business, you have to have both state and the local license. So you can't operate until you have both of those licenses in any municipality.
Yes.
So generally, as I said earlier, the general process, and I believe all municipalities follow this process, is in order for an applicant to get a state license, they have to have a resolution of support from the municipality. So that is one of the first priorities for them to go get the state license. So in order for them to go start that process, the council has to say, here's a resolution of support. We support your business. Go to the state and start your process.
But so then how is it I'm sorry, then how is it a prerequisite for even applying? That's if they need a letter of support. In 110-9A, like it says that they need a required license issued by the state, but you're saying that in order to get that license, they
License or permits, yep. Mhm.
I can be
Can we allow Ms. Givens?
Excuse me, please, the council is still deliberating. Councilor Birmingham, were you finished?
Yes, I'm finished, yeah.
Okay. Any other council member wish
But,
to?
oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I have a question, in which I thought Ms. Gibbons could maybe just nail down, because that's her thing, which is, or to the attorney, that we are conditioned, so there are two different types of licenses you get into it. One is a conditional license, and then there's a state license. There are several layers here. And the conditional license is converted to what is called an annual license. So it is a process. And I believe the idea is that this language, which was not in, is this language not in the original ordinance?
No, it's not.
Okay. A conditional license, by its definition, does not have a state license at first. And that's the problem. No. May we allow her to just help us? She's been helpful to me in the past.
Absolutely, and I received that she said almost exactly what you said at the beginning of the meeting. I just want to make sure if any of the council members have anything before we go to...
I'm repeating it back, but I don't understand it.
Yeah, oh, okay, because I received what she was saying, and I appreciate that. Any council members wish to make any further comments before we open up to the public to be heard? No, okay. Yes, please, Ms. Councilor Givens.
110-9A, prerequisite. As a prerequisite to the township receiving, acting upon, or considering any application for a municipal license, the applicant shall first obtain, 1, the required licenses or permits issued by the state of New Jersey. That's the problem.
I agree with you.
Okay, so,
I actually do
perfect,
agree. Yeah.
perfect. And I just wanted to throw out a quick statistic about approved annual versus conditionally converted license.
Yeah.
It is 65% annual that have been approved to 35% conditional. And so if this isn't repaired, because he's speaking exactly
agree
the
with-
way,
I agree with you.
exactly the way it goes, and then it's written different.
Right.
Okay, so, thank you. There's no real, the zoning thing is perfect. What he said is right. You just have to make sure it's in the right zone. It's
Right.
200
I reread it. I agree with Ms. Gibbons, because what we're doing is we're putting the cart before the horse.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you're right. You
Yeah.
can't get a state license until you have the resolution of support, which I'm stating is appropriate, but you can't give all the applicants a resolution of support and then have them all come back to you with their state license and then say, all right, we're going to put you through an application process and determine which one of you that should be done first. So they should get zoning, they should get their site plan approval, they should apply for their license. Those license applications should be evaluated by the council.
Yeah.
Then the council should determine which one of those applicants, if there are multiple applicants, should get a license. And then, once that determination is made, the resolution of support is issued to that applicant, and they can't, it will just be a resolution of support, not an actual license from the township. Once they get their state license, then the resolution would convert into a municipal license to
That's great.
start their business.
Deputy Mayor?
No, I was just going to say thank you for clearing that up. That was
Yeah,
very
yeah,
confusing.
Thank you.
Yeah, no,
Counselor
thank
Lachman?
Ms. Gibbons, thank
Yeah.
you.
Just a question, would it make sense,
To
Attorney
amend
Burr,
it.
to amend it now and vote on an amended
Yes,
version?
absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I'm sure Ms. Gibbons must have this
No,
up the
thank
top.
you
just
very,
to
very much
put
for
in that
sharing.
clause.
Yeah, I think we just strike that
That's right.
Yeah.
clause from there, because the rest of the provision will not allow you to open up your business until you obtain your state license.
And if I may, on
Yes.
110-24B, okay? This is a new provision, and it's really meant to address the atrophy of the Ascend license. This is a really good ordinance. It truly is. But you have a situation where the SEN license, your third license, is not generating tax revenue for you. And the way it's written, if you look in B, it says after 6 months, what council can do. Council can then go ahead and it talks about the process, which is why I'm here, somebody else who applied before, right? We've kept our real estate all of this time, and we're hoping someday to do business here. I love this community. I didn't come here to cry tonight, but that poem, you know, I love how passionate Montclair is. We want to be here. But by time this goes through its second reading and final approval, we're going to be 4 months from June 16th when the SEN left, right? And if the goal is to give somebody, say, a year, right, after their year, and you want to give them more because it was a year and then they're vacant 6 months and then there's an appeal period in 6 months, why not change the 6 months in here to 4 months and extend the 6 months, if you like, to the year period? What I'm saying is these businesses take time to open, right? So if you've got a business that's atrophied for 6 months or a year, and then there's the revocation period, and then somebody else gets in there, which takes a minute, and then there's the site plan process and the construction process, you guys could be 2 years without tax revenue. So what I'm saying is that to speed up the process of replacing a business that's paying tax and that's coming to the township, that changing the 6 months to a lesser period, any lesser period you like, 4 months would be great, 3 months, you know, we've sort of already passed it, but I think we all know a SEN's not coming back, right? And so there's an appeal period, so I just, to Mr. Burr, I would say, if you change the period because of the appeal period, someone is not disadvantaged, right? Anybody who has a business problem who's going to reopen can do so within 9 months, even if it's a catastrophic fire, right? The kind of problems that we imagine where you want to keep the licensee, right? And you really do want them to succeed and not take it away. They have an appeal right. So I feel like changing this from 6 months to 4 months truly doesn't disadvantage someone because of this appeal period.
That would be a policy decision. That's not a legal question with regard to that. And we're talking about a business that's already been operating. All right, so let's make it clear. It's not the business that is trying to get launched, and it's taking them a year, and that now they have to come to the council and say, hey, we haven't been able to get our operations open. Can we get an extension for good cause shown? We're not talking about that. We're talking about a business like Ascend that has been already operating for 2 years, and then for no apparent reason, or there is a reason, their doors close. And the question becomes to the policymakers, you, the council, how long is too long for them not to be operating their business and generating revenues and providing the residents and with a service that an ordinance is permitting, and also the township going without revenue. I believe the initial thought was 6 months was a reasonable amount of time to give that business operator an opportunity to get their doors back open. Or once you got to 6 months, if they weren't operating for 6 months, then it seemed pretty apparent that they had shut down their business. And and I wouldn't say this is addressing Ascend. Ascend, what they did was they decided they wanted to operate in another municipality, and they were already operating in 2 other municipalities, so 3 total when you included Montclair. The state only allows you to operate in 3 municipalities at a time, where they will only issue you 3 state licenses. So Ascend decided to abandon its license here and move, I believe, to Wharton. I'm not 100% sure that's where they went, and they closed the doors here.
But doesn't that open a different? Isn't that something that would be more described, like in the last paragraph, where it's just purely forfeited.
Yeah,
I
the
mean,
yeah.
so it's not that they closed their doors and had a business continuity problem. They literally just abandoned the license.
Right.
So it seems like there should be another, so what is the process that follows a firm abandoning a license by saying, we don't want to do business here anymore, which is what, they didn't send you a letter saying that, but they by taking the 1/3 of their state license away from us, they were saying by that act that we are abandoning this business, correct?
Well, I would agree with your assessment, other than they do understand under the ordinance, they have 6 months. And they have not given us formal notice. There is no absolute, there's no process that we have followed. We will have to create a process because this is a new law we're just following. I would expect that the process should be, and I've recommended this, that Ascend be contacted by letter in writing about the forfeiture, what we believe to be a forfeiture by law of their license, and see where that process takes us. I don't want to go too deep into it because it could potentially turn into some type of litigious action, and so I'm just hypothetically speaking at this point in time.
Right. But I really want to go deep down into the weeds. No. So, to
I love you,
Ms.
bro.
Given, Ms. Given,
Yes, sir.
to your point about tax revenue, would maybe somehow tying tax revenue into this? You have a business. I don't know how often you pay the sales tax of the
Quarterly.
Quarterly.
Yeah, they report it quarterly to the finance department.
So I'm thinking you have 1/4 of non-payment of taxes, and that could kind of trigger this maybe.
Or we could just say it's 3 months, which is a quarter.
Well, I would tie it to the non-payment of tax revenue, but
If you look at B, I mean, B, you were asking a question of Mr. Burr, and B sort of lays out exactly what is the triggering
her mic on?
factor that he's laid out here, right? And of course,
Is your mic on?
I don't know.
There, that's
Yeah,
better.
B,
Good.
B lays it out, right? If the licensed premises becomes inactive or unoccupied for at least 6 months. And I'll say this to you, that it's equal. If it's unoccupied, they are paying no tax, right? So it's the same thing.
well, to this, doesn't this provision talk about if a business was already in business and then?
Yes.
So that's where I'm talking about. So they were already paying the tax, and then for whatever reason, a quarter goes by, they don't pay it because they decided to go to another town or whatever the case may be. So that could be the triggering event that all this other stuff happens. That's,
It's calling a chihuahua a dog because it's the same exact thing, right? You could phrase it the way it's phrased here, or, God, I'm really sorry I said that, a chihuahua dog. Or you could put it here and say, where they haven't received the tax. But here's the problem. These things are in arrears, right? And so, the reporting of the prior quarter's tax is not going to be due until a certain date. And so there may not be a notification period. If you guys wanted to do 3 months, you may not know, if you tie it to the taxes, you may not know until a certain period, because taxes, they're due for the prior quarter. So you could be off by a month. But either way would have the same effect if you did it for 1 quarter, or if you just called 1 quarter 3 months. That would work too. Either way, in B. And that's really the change that I'm suggesting. In B, the second to last word, that you amend 6 to something that you can embrace more, that reflects obtaining the tax revenue sooner.
Mayor?
Thank you.
Very-
Councilor
very
D'Amato?
quickly, we have to look at the unintended consequences of all these things. And, I mean, there is a way that you could game. I like that approach, what you're talking about in theory. I think it's good. I like that, because it's like, there is an issue of how do we know for sure when they've closed their doors for the last time? So, they don't send a note out saying that we've closed the doors. So I thought about that. That's difficult. But at the same time, you could game this by they could maintain their license and then just open up for an hour, sell $10 worth of stuff, and then send you a quarterly tax payment of 20 cents. I mean, there's, always people do this. And so we have to worry about, if we make it about the quarterly tax payment, then assume that if somebody wants to have a zombie business, that they will find a way.
I tend to agree, and there's also a ordinance for the sales tax of cannabis, and I'm not 100% sure I'm sure in that ordinance there is a penalty of interest if you don't make your payment on time. I would say keep it simple, and a length of time would be the best mechanism to, if you're inactive for this period of time, your license could be forfeited or deemed abandoned. And that would be my recommendation.
Mayor,
Councilor Williams.
Can I hear from Mr. Payne? Do you have?
No, I would just ask that the changes, if they don't have to be substantive, so we don't have to further delay, and maybe some of the stuff could be readdressed, or if that's a
I'll
possibility.
respond to your concerns. If we make the amendments now, whether they're substantive or not, it will then still be permitted to be introduced tonight, and then notice for public hearing at the next meeting, assuming that we have the adequate time to notice it for public hearing. So any amendments made today will not slow the process down.
Okay.
It's amendments made during public hearing.
I see.
The second reading, if they're substantive, then it has to be booted to another date. Okay, so now's the time to make the amendments if you're going to make amendments.
Councilor Birmingham.
Then I might think that perhaps for B, where it says at least 6 months, we could shorten that and then potentially lengthen the reasonable extension to more than 6 months. And the reason I say that is because I think in the case of somebody leaving town and already has 3 licenses, it's very clear that they're not going to be doing business here. But in the case, I think you mentioned, a catastrophic fire where, let's say that the building burns down or there's a really bad fire, and at first they think they may be able to stay there in that premises, and then after several months they realize they can't, and then they have to go through zoning and et cetera, a new location. Can we build a buffer on that end on what the extension could be? Again, because I think reading this, we're treating them the same, and I'm just wondering if we can change the timing a little bit.
Mayor?
Deputy Mayor.
I like that idea because, if we do shorten it to 3 months, if they're not, they may or may not be filing for an appeal, right? So I don't know why we have to have that initial period be so long. And in the instance where there is some sort of catastrophic event that prevented them from being in business, and they'll appeal. So why not? I think I like that idea a lot.
And then, sorry, I'm just,
sure.
if just in reading this, if let's say somebody has the catastrophic fire and they hit the 3 month and then they want to appeal, they are automatically charged $2,500 for that?
Well, that's how the ordinance reads. So if they
Okay.
appeal, they're going to be hit with a $2,500 fee for requesting an extension of time. You can amend that. if that's the will of the governing body.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to figure out, yeah, the different, somebody who is hit with something catastrophic. It's hard to see. That's very obvious, a very obvious catastrophe. It's hard to see. And that's, I guess, where we are putting, if we're making it 3 months, the time point for when an appeal is required, we're sort of being a little bit punitive there. So maybe we need to figure something.
May I?
Councilor Lockman?
The $2,500, if it were to apply, might be covered under their property insurance in the instance where there's a fire. Just so.
Mayor, we're dealing with small business people here, local small business people that I'm looking at. I just think it's a common sense thing. First of all, it had a year in there between the two periods. I like the idea of retaining, the rough contours of things. So I like the idea that we can start the process at 3 months, because you can use your brain and say, have we had this thing? We have talked about a loss of tax revenue, but on that stretch of Bloomfield Avenue, there's blight. And it's not just that one spot. But you sort of, there are other reasons why 100 days is a good marker to say, let's start the process. And I agree with Councilor Birmingham that, and all of you, I think we're all nodding that, if you shorten that time, and sort of in general, why are we soaking people for $2,500? Just ask for forbearance. This is one of the few areas of business, if the only one, where we're getting, special tax revenue. And it's not, everybody thought this was going to be this huge golden opportunity, and it isn't. It's going to be small business people trying to make a buck like every other small business. And I just feel that I would love, I think right now, is if we shorted the first in B to 3 months, lengthened the second to 9, so that there was a total of a year for people to get back on their feet if there was some problem, and then just not ask to people pay us to ask for an extension.
Mayor.
Councilor
So,
Williams.
under that scenario, you have a year, right? And for whatever reason, and let's say at the end of that period of time, there's no fee, they decide they don't want to be in the cannabis business. So now that license is laid dormant for a whole year.
It's difficult either way.
I think we should just 3 months.
6 months.
6 months, leave it the way it is. The 2,500, sorry, I know small business folks, but the 2,500 is the fee. You gotta have skin in the game.
But so you're saying, what, 3 months and then 6 months?
Yeah.
So I guess okay, so then 9 months, you're saying they need to, again, I'm just thinking of the poor church on Grove Street that's had a fire well more than a year ago, and there are several buildings that happens. And again, I don't wish this on anyone, but I'm just trying to, can we build in at least some? I see what you're saying. We don't want people taking advantage of, and just sitting on licenses and, but can we build in some cushion here for them? And maybe it's $1,000 the appeal, or $1,500, I don't know.
It does say, at your discretion, grant a reasonable extension of up to 6 months.
Right.
So
then that would be 9 months that they have to recover from the
yes.
fire.
So I would go with the 9 months. So like you
Yeah.
said, you have a year, because it's at your
Yeah.
discretion. So if the council feels like it should be shorter for some reason.
Yeah,
they
I
can-
see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Up to 9 months, so it could be, we could say you have a 6 month
Yeah.
extension.
Well, the other thing here is, I guess it comes before the council again if somebody's asking for this extension.
Yep.
The council or its designee.
Okay.
You could also, well, if you're really concerned about the application fee and it being a hardship on an applicant, you could allow them to appeal to you when they're doing this appeal, to ask for a hardship, to either waive the fee or reduce the fee or something like that, right? So that way, if there is a real hardship on an applicant, because if it's an Ascend type business, I won't throw citrus under the bus, but if it's a business that is operating multiple businesses in different locations, they will have the $2,500 fee. And you have to understand that in order to process their application, go to the clerk's office or come to township attorney and process those applications, it's going to require some time from personnel to work it. So if it's a local micro business, small person, it's a fire that caused their situation, or a family situation, emergency situation, death in the family, change, where they were losing somebody that was important to the business, they could then come to the council and say, hey, we have a hardship. Can we either reduce or reduce the fee or get a waiver of the fee? So we can add that into the ordinance too, if that's a way of compromise for the council.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I have just a newbie question. Like, what is it? Are you going to write it now? Like,
I think we have the generality of how it's going to be amended, and then I will add the language to the ordinance for public. A motion to amend, you would need it appears you're amending the ordinance anyway at this time with regard to removing the prerequisite for a state license, and then you're going to amend the 6 months to 3 months for an active business that is not operating, and then on this, you're going to maintain the 6 month, up to the discretion of the council to grant up to 6 months extension of time, and then we would give the applicant a ability to appeal to the council to have the fee waived or reduced.
Yeah.
Is that how I understand it? Did I misstate something? Councilor D'Amato?
I think we were thinking 9 months.
Okay. Well, up to
Within the discretion, so.
within the discretion, up to 9 months, okay.
Up to 9 months.
So the ordinance was introduced, so you're going to amend it and list the specific changes?
Yes.
I just want
That's what I
clarification
thought he
for the
was
clerk
just
and
doing.
I.
Right.
Because she has to then meet publication requirements, so we want to just make sure we get this right.
Okay, do you want me to, does someone want to make the motion to amend, and I will state what the...
I will make a motion.
Yes. Is that acceptable?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you on this side. Counselor Toller?
No, I'm sorry, I just wanted to ask Counselor Barr if he was including hardship language in this paragraph.
Okay. Counselor Birmingham?
I was going to make a motion to amend 110-9A to strike the first clause in that paragraph, so that after the number 1, where it says the required license or permit issued by the state of New Jersey in accordance with the act as appropriate, so that entire clause would be struck.
Yep.
And then it would be renumbered to reflect
The remaining.
the remaining prerequisites. I so move.
Second.
Well, let's do all the changes. Let's do all the
Do you want to
changes.
do them all?
Yeah,
Okay.
do them all at
Okay.
once.
Then I will further move in 110-24, in Clause B, Following the commencement of its cannabis business operations, the licensed premises become inactive or unoccupied for at least, we will strike 6 months and insert 3 months. Further down, notwithstanding the foregoing, a licensee may appeal to the Township Council, which may, in its discretion, grant a reasonable extension of up to 9 months for good cause shown. The fee to appeal for an extension shall be $2,500. The applicant or the licensee may request a hardship waiver or reduction of
Right.
fee.
Of the fee.
To the council.
And just to clarify, you said the hardship request would have to come before us?
Yeah.
Or is that language that's going to be written on the application?
That's going to be, but they have to, you, as the council, have to grant the request to reduce the fee or waive the fee. All right, so the language will be, once we create the form, the language will be, check the box if you're asking for a hardship request.
So should we just have that last sentence about the fee to appeal for an extension shall be $2,500. The licensee may apply to the council for a waiver or reduction, which the council may grant at its discretion, something like that.
Very good. I like your language.
Councilor Birmingham?
So that, I move that motion to change.
Okay.
Motion's been moved and second. Any further conversation? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Okay. At this point in time, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. No.
You could say during
So
public hearing.
we're down on the consent agenda. And the items that we have on the consent agenda are number 2 through number 10. Is that correct? Okay. Let's see. Counselor Williams, would you please take the consent agenda items?
You don't have to.
Okay. Resolution R-24-205, resolution rejecting bid proposals received for removal and disposal of vegetative waste.
No, I'm sorry, Counselor Williams. We can just, resolution to accept the consent agenda. Is that correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
To approve the consent.
Mayor Baskerville? The Counselor Williams, is he going to make a motion to move the consent agenda items 2 through 10?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to be clear.
Thank you very much.
Save just like
Thank
that.
you, that's what I was looking for. Make a motion to move consent agendas 2 through 10. Anyone second?
Second?
Please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Counselor Toller, will you please take number 11?
Sure, thank you, Madam Mayor. Resolution R-24-214, resolution awarding a fair and open contract to East Coast Emergency Lighting, one for outfitting of police patrol vehicles in accordance with NJ State Cooperative Contract pricing. Make a motion?
Second? Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Resolution number 12, please, Counselor D'Amato.
Resolution R24-215, resolution accepting a grant from the Hazardous Discharge Site Remediation Public Entity Program through the New Jersey Economic Development Authority and the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, may I?
Counselor Toller?
Thank you. At the last, 2 meetings ago, I wanted to make sure that Ms. Talley reached out to the families to the left and to the right of this property. Do you know if that's been done?
I will find that. I do not know the answer to that.
Okay. And if it hasn't, can she or you, someone, please ensure that those families to the left and to the right of this project know that this is coming, what to expect, and the time frame. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Counselor Birmingham?
Thank you. So is there a plan for this? Yeah. So that's for the park. Is this for, or,
Yes, yes. This is the remediation of the park.
Mayor?
okay, I was confused when it says specifically for the development or redevelopment of the contaminated property, because,
That language is taken from the
just-
grant, yeah.
okay.
And there was a grant, the information was sent out by Ms. Talley. I think it was our first meeting.
Yeah,
So
I
you can
remember
go
we
back and
passed it, but
search.
then I was confused when it said redevelopment, because I
And
thought it
she-
was going to be a
yes,
park.
and she
it's
also
just
sent
a-
the background, the actual grant that
Yep.
was written and the requirements, so.
Yeah, yeah, no, I remember. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor? Deputy Mayor, do you have anything you want to say? Please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Resolution number 13, please.
Resolution R-24-216, resolution designating BDP Holdings LLC as redeveloper for Block 3213, Lot 2, and Block 4202, Lots 4.01 and 4.02, and authorizing the execution of a redevelopment agreement. And I so move.
I second.
Discussion? Hearing none?
Oh, I just have a question.
Okay.
I mean, I have a couple of, I think people will have questions.
Counselor D'Amato?
So, this section here about, that lists the days, I just don't really understand. It's in the now therefore be it resolved. Number 2. 60 days from the date of the resolution, we will have executed a redevelopment agreement unless otherwise agreed by the parties. What happens if we don't come to an agreement?
So, Mayor, may I?
Deputy Mayor?
I think this was a section that I, myself and
Oh, right.
Councilor Lockman had wanted to be changed to be amended to within 120 days.
Correct. So, and I would recommend increasing that to 120 days. Do you still want me to address the question, what happens?
Please, yes.
If you
Attorney
can't come
Burr?
Sorry, Mayor, thank you. If the parties can't come to an agreement, then either party may void this resolution on notice to, or may void the designation of the redeveloper on notice to the other party. it's in the last paragraph, that the parties cannot arrive at a mutually agreeable redevelopment agreement, then you can, either party may void the designation.
Further discussion?
Can I just ask a question, just having?
No.
Okay, fine.
Manager Lapola?
Look, Angelise beat me getting 10 PM in the pool, or what time we're gonna get out of here, so doesn't matter to me what time we finish. My question is, in terms of the order, so the redevelopment agreement would be before the site plan approval, correct? So
Yes.
therefore, if we're doing, so we're setting the date, I mean, my question is only if we're doing 120 days, are we setting the date of April 1st based on, should that be increased by 2 months, since you're now increasing the time in which
Yes.
you're going to get that
think
approval?
so. I would like it to be increased till June 2025 when the state regs come out.
Yeah,
And
no,
we
it's,
have a thorough
I just didn't know if
understanding.
that was, if
No,
that was a,
that's, yeah, that's
I didn't know if the
reasonable.
April 1st date was,
To go forward.
No, it was just a time frame that we
Yeah.
figured might be a reasonable amount of
right.
time.
But now that you
it
go
could
from
be-
60
but-
days to 120
yeah,
days,
yeah.
if it takes 120 days, you may want to make
I
it
would
June
agree.
1st or whatever, just to.
Counselor Toller?
No, I was just saying, I was agreeing with them, June 1st.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Anyone else? Counselor Birmingham?
Yes. So just a question around the financial agreement and the redevelopment agreement, because right now we're just appointing essentially a conditional developer, or a developer based on following conditions. But in terms of who negotiates that, can you explain, and then who is the final arbiter of whether we think it's a fair agreement? Can you explain that process, please?
The financial, we're talking about the financial agreement, correct? Or the
Yes,
redevelopment
because,
agreement?
yeah, well, isn't that part of it?
No, one is, the financial agreement revolves around the finances and the pilot of the property. The redevelopment agreement is the agreement, the gives and takes between the parties on the public benefits and the needs of the township. So it's the agreement as to, in the guise of the plan, what the developer will build there in agreement with the township that will benefit the township and also benefit the redeveloper.
So then.
And the negotiation generally involve the council, because it's more of a policy.
But there'll be more specifics on the plan, if I'm
Right,
not
more
mistaken.
specifics on the plan that are going to go
On
forward.
the project itself.
Right.
But I think your
On
question
site
was
plan,
who
on site plan
negotiates,
approval, right.
Maybe you could just explain to us, because I would assume that there would be a financial component into whether you decide that this is finally a good agreement for the town. So
Yeah.
I'm just curious where that falls then in terms of this process?
Generally, well, after the redeveloper is designated, generally what takes place is the negotiations on the financial agreement, on the pilot.
Yes.
Once that agreement is made and it is approved by the governing body, by ordinance, and the governing body will partake. Generally, it's done through Finance Committee or EDC, one of the subcommittees, where along with the manager and the attorneys, township attorneys, whether it be outside counsel or the township attorney, myself, if I'm here, that those agreements are made with the town council's input.
So why isn't that part of this resolution? I guess that's my question. As part of, that all of these pieces have to come together for someone to finally be the redeveloper of the, I guess.
Well, no, we don't, all we have in here is with regard to the redevelopment agreement, and the redevelopment agreement portion does not really need to be in here, or at least the second, be it further resolved relating to the mayor's authorized to sign. what it really, the financial agreement will really kick off the redevelopment agreement. We can come to terms with the financial agreement, then you'll move to the redevelopment agreement. Why it's not in here, it's just not a necessity into this resolution as the redeveloper being designated.
Okay, so the financial agreement will come before the redevelopment agreement?
Generally does come before the redevelopment agreement.
How can that happen?
No.
I mean, the redevelopment agreement
No.
shows the benefits to the town, the benefits
Financial
to,
is the last,
You
Yeah.
sure? Is that how you foresee it?
or simultaneous, but yeah.
Can I call the developer?
Sure.
I'm gonna call the developer's attorney,
And the redevelopment agreement has a lot more of the details.
because I know we,
Yeah. I mean, you can't have a redevelopment agreement not knowing the benefit to both parties.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I see the green lights on. Yes, you can hear me. The redevelopment agreement, which is what's
Excuse
before
me,
you.
would you please let us know who you are?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Ann Babineau. I'm here from Willens, Goldman, and Spitzer on behalf of BDP. We're
Thank you.
representing the redeveloper. The resolution that you have before you tonight is with regard to the redeveloper designation and the redevelopment agreement. And later, separate agreement, as Attorney Burr has indicated, you'll have a separate agreement and you'll have an ordinance on the financial agreement. That does usually come second.
so I stand corrected.
That's quite all right. Sometimes they're actually done together, so that may be
and I-
what you were thinking of.
Thank you.
Okay.
May I?
Counselor Lockman?
Then I'm not sure exactly what's in the redevelopment agreement if it doesn't discuss the benefits to the developer, because he's going to, if you're asking for a pilot, that's a benefit to the developer, and wouldn't that be included in the redevelopment agreement? If you're weighing the pluses for the town and the pluses for the developer, how could you go through all that process not knowing the financials of it?
You're actually, in the financial agreement, that's where you make findings about, are the benefits of this project worth doing the pilot? And
Wait. Why are we talking about a pilot? I mean, I know that might be a.
It's later.
Okay.
That weighing of the benefits versus the pilot, the statute, the long-term tax exemption statute, says that when you do the ordinance, you're going to make findings about whether the benefits of the project are balanced against the pilot terms. Those findings, those two balancings are in the long-term tax exemption statute, and they are made in relation to the financial agreement. If I can, now I've just switched back to the redevelopment agreement, which is before you tonight. In the redevelopment agreement, the redeveloper is going to contractually commit to build what you have set forth in the redevelopment plan. And Mr. LaPola had said it will get into more detail, and as you know from the way the redevelopment plan reads, it says, and we will elaborate when we are in the redevelopment agreement. But basically, there's three parts to a redevelopment agreement. One of them is you get the developer to commit to do what you want done in your redevelopment plan. And then if there are things to be done by the governing body as part of the project, that's the second part of it. For example, approval of what the plazas would look like. That would be in the nature of a public commitment that would come into the redevelopment agreement. And then lastly, in the redevelopment agreement, there are significant restrictions that the redeveloper has to agree to by statute under the local redevelopment and housing law. They have to agree to commence the project at a certain time. They have to agree that they will never transfer the property to anyone else without your approval. That's a significant restriction. That third section, people sometimes call the boilerplate section, but the truth of the matter is there's a lot of restrictions in it. So that's a redevelopment agreement. has nothing to do with how much taxes or pilot would get paid. That taxes or pilot decision comes secondary in the financial agreement, which, as Attorney Burr said, is going to be addressed in an ordinance, 2 readings at a separate time.
Thank you, Counselor Toller.
Go ahead. Yeah, I just wanted to get a better sense of the timing, so I
Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, I thought you called on me. My apologies. So I understand that, I just want to make sure I understand the timing with all the different pieces. So I understand what's happening today, the redevelopment agreement, and why the redevelopment agreement has to come first. Is the financial agreement, would that be negotiated at the same time as the site plan review, or when does that follow, or after?
Site plan is a separate process entirely. Site plan is under the municipal land use law, and you're familiar with people making applications for improvement of their property. That is a separate process. There will be hearings, expert witness testimony, engineering detail, et cetera. Sometimes people do it before the redevelopment agreement. Sometimes they do it after the redevelopment agreement. We have been working already on the site plan application and look forward to submitting it. It's a big project, submitting the site plan application, because it's all the engineering, et cetera. And then in this particular instance, you'd be doing an approval of the redevelopment agreement first, and the financial agreement. Obviously, you don't have it before you tonight. So there will be separate. Many times I've been involved in projects where they're done together. There's nothing that says they have to be done separately, but it's fine to do them separately. I know that a question was raised during the public meeting about the approval of the redevelopment agreement possibly coming back before this body, and we would not find that inappropriate at all to bring the agreement back before you once it's fully negotiated.
Councilor Toller?
Yes, thank you. And I guess it's not for you, it's for Attorney Burr. Number 2, under now, therefore it be it resolved, it says the redevelopment agreement we discussed 120 days is executed by all parties in a form acceptable to the township attorney. Can that language be revised to say the full council? Because what it's reading now is saying it's coming back to you instead of us.
Yeah, and what it means by form acceptable means that the
Form and substance, I understand the difference. So, in the next paragraph, it says that the mayor is hereby authorized and directed to execute a redevelopment agreement with BDP.
Right.
Is that language specific to the redevelopment plan language in our ordinance, or can this say the full council as well?
We could say the full council
Okay.
in both spots.
Thank you.
Councilors? Council? So we had some amendments. Who wants to read the amendments? Who wants to read the amendments? We have had some amendments as we were going through here.
Deputy Mayor
So-
Susan?
Okay, so I'm making a motion to amend this resolution. Okay, so under now therefore let it be it resolved, paragraph 1, strike April 1st and change it to June 1st, 2025. Second paragraph, strike 60 days and replace it with 120 days. And then where it says in a form acceptable to the township attorney, please add and the township council.
And where
Got
it
it?
says mayor, no, where it says
Wait,
that
wait.
the mayor hereby
Hold on.
be the council. Yeah.
So
Be it further resolved.
be it
that
further
the-
resolved that the mayor.
Strike
just
that.
Strike that.
And we put the council?
The council is hereby authorized and directed to execute. Is that what it is?
Okay. I thought that, but then
I don't think we're, yeah, I don't think we're executing the contract.
No problem. Yeah, I'm like, hey, yo, sign on.
So we're just adding to, and the township council, where it says, yes.
Attorney and township council, right, yep.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, Counselor Lockman.
I just would like, after we probably take the vote, to ask Ms. Babineau some more questions, if you don't mind.
No, I don't,
Okay.
not at all. Would you like the questions before?
Excuse me, Mayor, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Counselor Toller?
No, she said she had, Counselor Lockman said she had some more questions for the attorney
Yes.
after the vote, and I'm asking her to please ask the questions
Before?
before the vote.
Yes. Is that okay with you, Counselor Lockman?
Yeah, I mean, they're very specific questions, and I would have thought that we'd need to vote on this before I could ask them. That was the reason. When we officially designate, if it passes, BDP Holdings as the,
So it's your call, Counselor.
I'd prefer to wait.
Okay. There was a amended motion, and there was a second to that. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes, with the
Counselor-
amendments. Thank you.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Thank you.
Counselor Lockman.
So I just wanted to ask Ms. Babineau, just, so now BDP Holdings is officially the redeveloper, correct? So you've started, you said, the site plan? So what is your anticipated date to submit that to the planning board?
I'm not sure whether it might, can you hear me on the mic?
Yeah.
Okay. I know that our group started to meet back in July, but as I said, it's a big
Yeah,
piece of work, and it's got a lot of moving parts to it. Some are moving faster than others. I know that it was BDP's hope to get it filed before year end. I'm not certain whether we'll make it before year end, but we're trying.
okay, and so when you submit the site plan, will that include traffic and environmental and parking studies?
Absolutely.
And the planning board may, of course, request their own studies in those areas.
You know better than most people, the MLUL requirement, municipal land use law requirements are very extensive, and the board does have discretion itself to ask for follow-up information.
And so you have, that process is underway. Now, do you have a redevelopment agreement that's been pretty much almost brought to the finish line?
We have taken the redevelopment agreements that the council has used before on other projects in the downtown, primarily Seymour Street, and use that as a sample and changed the names and delivered a draft copy to the town, compared, track changes compared against the Seymour Street, so that you and your council could actually see how close it is to the Seymour Street. Obviously, there are different projects. There was a closing of a street for Seymour Street. We have nothing like that. So there were things that we removed. But generally speaking, we tried to track what you've done before in order to try to save time and not make controversy.
And the finance agreement, have you started working on that?
We definitely have made a draft application for a financial agreement. I say draft with the emphasis on draft because in my personal experience, I do a lot of redevelopment all over the place. And I always think that it's wasteful to submit a formal application for a financial agreement without having sat down with the professionals that we know that we will need to work with from the township. They may want more information about something. They may not, like the way something is addressed. So we submitted, again, using samples of financial agreements that you've used in this town before, and providing a copy of our draft compared with the samples you've used before. There's a lot of financial information in the application, a pro forma for the project, extensive 30-year pro forma.
Yeah, I saw that.
And we are waiting to engage and get that feedback from the town's professionals before we would finalize it.
Who are you speaking of when you're talking about the town's professionals?
Actually, at this point, just Attorney.
I can add.
Attorney Burr.
Okay.
Well, we also have engaged land use and redevelopment attorneys who is Waters McPherson, is
Yeah.
the firm that we are working with. And we have our financial advisors, NW Financials advisors, who are also we're consulting with on working out the financial agreements with the who is now the redeveloper, named redeveloper.
And so, and in terms of, our council committee structures, where does that go within our committees? Is that the finance group, or is that the EDC, or it could be both, I guess?
And
Yeah.
it's up to this council.
Yeah, okay.
Where they want it to be.
I'm sorry, I think,
Both.
I think it would be, start with the
Both.
EDC, and we would have to, of course, run it by the finance committee.
Okay.
That's one thought. I think we need to have further discussion, because I was thinking that it would go to the Finance Committee and that we could have some discussion. So let's talk about that at
Yeah.
a later date.
Yeah.
And where are we on the agenda now? Are we
Oh,
up to
okay,
the...
Number 14.
No more
Number
questions?
14?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Appreciate
you.
this evening's resolution very much. It's been a long time.
Resolution 14, please. Yes, please, thank you.
Okay, excuse me. What is it? Ordinance, Resolution R-24-217, Township of Montclair, resolution expressing support for the option of a ranked choice voting in municipal and school board elections. I so move, or whatever.
Second? Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
No.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Resolution number 15, Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson, please.
Just make sure I have the right one, okay? Resolution R-24-218, resolution setting the public comment session and time allotted for each person to comment during town council meetings. I so move.
Second? Do you want to read that? Nope. Thank you.
Okay, so just a little tiny bit of background. The reason why we're bringing this resolution forward is because the prior council, as it turns out, passed 2 resolutions pertaining to public comment back in December of 2023, which were R-23-311 and R-23-312. In those resolutions, they set 2 public comment sessions, one for agenda items only before actions on the agenda, and then the second for general comment after agenda items. They also limited the comments to 2 minutes each for agenda items and 3 for general comments. And we are, the resolution now reads, be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Montclair and the County of Essex, There shall be one public comment session for public comments that will take place before the action items on the agenda during regular and conference meetings unless otherwise agreed to by a majority vote of the council and at the discretion of the mayor, I think it's supposed to read. A member of the public may comment on any item on the agenda or any governmental issue that they want to address to the council of the Township of Montclair. And be it further resolved that the time allotted for each person to comment during said public comment session shall not exceed 3 minutes unless otherwise agreed to by a majority vote of the council. And hopefully this will just help make things more consistent and transparent for the public.
Madam Clerk, did you get the change that we're voting on that we talked about earlier? Because I know she was off of mic when she said that.
Yes,
Okay.
Mayor Baskerville,
Okay.
I did.
Thank you.
What is it then? By the majority of the council at the discretion of the mayor?
Majority of the council or at the discretion
Okay,
of the mayor.
Thank you.
Please call the roll.
No, I have
Oh,
a
I'm sorry. Councilor Lockman?
Yeah, so, it says specifically that the public may comment on any item on the agenda or any governmental issue that they want to address. So we have had several times during our recent council meetings where people have come up, and I believe they've used our public comment section as a means for them to air political stuff. Let's just call it that. And I believe that that should be cut off, that we are only want to discuss governmental issues. We here are trying to do the business of the government. We cannot arbitrate people's opinions about this, that, or the other. And I believe it's leading to kind of a lot of friction in the room and, contentious discussions and personal attacks. And I really feel we need to limit what people say to just governmental things that to do with the business of running Montclair.
Thank you. Councilor Williams and then Councilor Toller.
So if you limit it to just government issues,
Yep.
what about if someone wants to come out and speak about something cheerful, like they're having some sort of community event that's not a governmental issue?
You're asking me about that? Well, I don't believe that we are in the business of running the Township of Montclair with the town manager. We are not in the business, I don't believe, of boosting Montclair. There are multitude of civic organizations within this town that do a great job of doing that. We don't have to do that as well, I don't believe. We are a business organization. We are not boosters of civic stuff, in my view. And that's why we're having meetings that go 7 hours long, because we spend too long on things that have nothing to do with running this government, in my view.
Councilor Toller?
Excuse me, thank you. While I hear Councilor Loffman's concerns, I 112% disagree. I feel that the community should be able to come up here and have their say. They elected us here. We should be able to hear from them. Sometimes we don't want to hear everything they have to say, but where else will they have this opportunity? Yes, other civic organizations do wonderful jobs of sharing cheerful information, but I would recommend that we really think about this and ensure that any and every resident that wants to come forward and have a comment should be able to have a comment. Who are we to quiet people?
We are a council
No,
that
I
has
understand that,
business
but
to
that's just not gonna look
to
good.
engage
It's
in
not gonna
political
be good.
conversation.
Mayor?
Anyone else have any discussion on that? Yes, Attorney Burr?
Mayor, may I? The Open Public Meetings Act requires the council to permit a public comment session during its meetings, whereat the public can come and comment on any matter, item at which they want to discuss. So we couldn't limit it just to the agenda items. Now, you can do it in two separate public comments, which was one of the reasons why the other council decided to do that was, hey, we want to get the government's business, the municipal government's business done, so we will only hear things on the agenda first, and then at the end of the meeting, if you want to discuss whatever topic is on your mind, come and discuss it. You know, as, again, you want people to come up and be respectful of their comments within the guise of their First Amendment rights, right? I mean, there's certain speech that is not protected by the First Amendment, but generally they get to say or discuss whatever they would
Well,
like to.
then just may I?
Counselor
Then-
Lockman?
Then you
Yes.
have to change this in this resolution.
Yeah.
You have to take out governmental issues, because talking about politics is not.
Well, they can speak about government issues also, so I mean, if you
Also.
could make it more broad,
Yeah.
if you would like to.
Take
yeah.
out governmental.
Okay,
So
governmental.
is there a motion to
Mayor?
amend this one?
Mayor.
Counselor D'Amato?
I understand Councilor Lockman's feelings. I think as a practical matter, it's just policing people's comments would take more time. To say to somebody, you know, you're off target, and people are likely to come in and want to say something who are new to the system, and they're not going to know that. And I think it would hurt some people. And I don't think it's a big problem that we have. And again, like telling people you're not on target and, you know, you're not on topic and sending them away, it just seems like more trouble than it's worth. And I would remedy this by just striking the entire sentence. We only need that
Yeah.
first sentence.
Well, that was my point.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
can't
just
have
get rid
this
of all of it.
resolution the way it's written.
Right, okay, I understand. So I would just strike the whole thing. I mean, at 3 minutes, if people want to come up and say that, you know, it's a beautiful day and everybody should go ride a bicycle, like. Sorry,
Okay,
you're in
any
this for
further
4
comments
years.
on this resolution? And if not, Deputy Mayor Sushan Anderson, will you please read the amended?
Sure. So I believe that we are saying we want the sentence that starts with "a member of the public." A member of the public may comment on any item that they want to address to the council of the Township of Montclair.
Is there a second to the amendment? I'll second the amendment. All those in favor, say.
Aye.
Any opposed? A resolution, well, we're down to the bill list. Number 16. It always ends up with you, though, right?
Yeah, why am I always the bill list?
You're in the lucky seat.
Resolution R-24-219, bill list resolution. Move it forward. May I have a second?
Any discussion?
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't have my mic on.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, there's always a discussion with the bill list. Want to go first? Go ahead. No.
Are we on the bill list?
Yes, we are. Any discussion? I was
Yeah.
asking if there's any discussion.
I just want to know, it's about cars. If I could just ask the manager what these police vehicles that are being purchased, the Tahoes, how did they end up in here? When was the resolution for this? It was a resolution some months ago or something? Or?
I will have to, I don't recall on that if there was a resolution.
I'm sorry, for cars?
Yeah, for the cars.
They always do that.
Yeah, I know.
There were?
I don't know when that was, though. It's on the bills list when it would have been.
Oh, we would have to look.
Yeah, I have to look that up, sir.
But there would have been a separate resolution
Yes.
with the specifications, like before we got up here?
Yes.
Months ago?
Yeah, and by the
Okay.
time you process it and it gets to the bills list, it takes a little time here.
Okay, fine.
Okay. I have one, is the mayor here?
Deputy Mayor.
Okay.
Counselor Toller, did you have any questions?
Yes, just give us a moment. If someone else has another question, they can go before me. I'm just trying to read the purchase order for one here.
Mr. LaPola?
Yeah, at the last meeting, we pulled the resolutions to pay CGP&H. There were 3 separate purchase orders, and I
Yeah,
have
we're
not
going
found
to keep
a...
that tabled until we have a discussion as a council. And some of us are going to be meeting with Home Corp. We want to meet with Ms. Talley.
Home Court's got, we have
No,
not...
I know that's a separate
It's not,
entity. I
we don't give them
understand
any
that.
money, so it's,
No,
they have
I
nothing
get
to do
that.
with this.
I thoroughly understand
No.
that. I'm looking for this council to put in the same energy to CGP&H as we just did for the cannabis discussion. That was 45 minutes. It was great, and we got to a resolution. So a real discussion has to happen about that administrative agent for affordable housing before those bills can go back on the list, is my opinion.
But may I say, but weren't those bills already incurred? And isn't that affordable agent no longer working for us?
We really don't know anything until we have a conversation.
They're
we can do
working for us
hearsay.
until the end of the year.
Until the end of the year, so they should
These
be
bills
paid
were
until the
incurred.
end of the
That's
year.
why it's on the bill list.
Right. Why
But we
would
can-
you
we can-
hold up
it's-
payment?
Why would we pay them?
I guess because we have a contract that states what we owe them. Is that
They
correct?
canceled their contract with us, correct?
No,
But-
they work until the end of the year.
Yeah.
It's up to you guys. It's up to the mayor and council. I'm just asking that to be put back on.
I have to say that I don't know why we're holding this bill.
Put it
They've
back
already
on the
performed the
list,
work.
Approve it and table it. We're going to have a full discussion about it, because for me personally, as some of the residents in the Fourth Ward have already come up here and stated, because we don't know something or you're not aware of something, we have to stop that. We have to educate ourselves, take the time, and respect each ward, each resident and their concerns wholeheartedly. We just spent 40 minutes on cannabis. So while you may not understand this, that, and the third, I'm asking that you please take the time to educate yourself, be respectful, talk to someone that may know before you make a decision.
I'm just speaking about monies that we owe under a contract and for services already performed. I don't,
It's up to you.
So how does it work if, some of us want to pay it? Do we make a motion, or what goes on there?
Vote.
That's how it works. You make a motion.
Yep.
Councilwoman Toller is making it a motion to amend to pull certain items off the bill list. Then that motion is heard first. If it's seconded, if it's not seconded,
No,
then
these were pulled before, the ones I was talking about.
so they're putting them back into.
Well, they just were pulled, so
Oh,
it's...
They were pulled, they
Mayor,
weren't put
Mayor?
back on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I currently have a motion on the floor to adopt the bills list.
Yes.
The movement is Counselor Williams, the second is Counselor Toller.
Right.
That's the current motion
Thank you.
on the floor.
Thank you.
May I ask a question? But
Counselor Lockman?
This bill is not on the bills list, so we could still pass that motion because the bill was pulled last go-round, and it's not on the current bills list, the one that Ms. Toller is talking about, the CGHP.
These 3 from last time.
Okay, so the 3 purchase orders that Mr. LaPola brought up, am I hearing that there's a motion to amend the bills list to include those 3 purchase orders? Is that what you want to accomplish?
Yes, that would be my motion.
Okay, so you're going to supersede that. Is there a second?
second.
Okay.
Please, will you state what those 3
Yeah, what
are?
are they?
These are the 3...
Counselor Toller?
Yes, Mayor.
I'm sorry, I have to leave. Can you state what the 3?
They should have it.
Okay.
Clerk and the manager should
Madam
have it.
Clerk, do
The
you
numbers.
have the,
Mayor,
purchase order numbers.
Mr. Lapola is passing out
He
a
has it.
document.
Okay.
Yes, he brought these 3 purchase orders to the attention of the governing body.
Thank you.
Is it in the packet? Is it in the packet?
Thank you.
Maybe. I'm not there yet. I'm tired. Oh.
So, can you refresh my memory? Because it looks, those are for services that they've already performed, but some of us don't want to give them the money for the services.
Madam Mayor, last meeting I tabled them because Ms. Avery presented us with some documents about the amount of money we were paying this firm for work or lack thereof. We never followed up with the hearing or the meeting or anything with the paperwork that was submitted to the clerk at the last meeting to do a conversation about CG, P&H. I personally don't think the bill should be put back on the list, but if other counselors believe that the vendor should be paid because it's already contracted work, then they have that right to do that. I still think there's a bigger discussion to be had because at this point, we're wasting township taxpayer money, paying these administrative fees, and until we get to the bottom of why we're paying them and the amount of money that we're paying them, we're wasting the taxpayers' money. But if folks want to put them back on the bill, they have that right without a discussion.
Councilor Lockman?
Yeah, I agree with you that we need to have a discussion about the next agent that manages this when this company is no longer engaged by us, which I understand will be at the end of the year. But I feel like, you know, like you said, we have a contract with them. They have done the work. You know, apparently they've done the work, so they should be paid. Why would you hold off paying them?
Because it's not apparent that they've done the work.
Well,
Just because they submitted invoice doesn't mean the work was done. Who's verifying?
I don't manage
Who's
this. I
checking
think
it?
Janice Challey is the one who manages the affordable housing program. And I agree with you, there are issues with the affordable housing program that need to be looked at.
Right.
But holding off on paying a vendor who in good faith did the work, signed the contract, expected to be paid is wrong.
Be paid to do the work.
So is there a question on the table about whether work was done, and do we have documentation? If it was not,
At the last meeting, some of the council members stated they were interested in having this hearing, not here for this bill list, but to get a better understanding of what exactly is going on, and we have yet to have that hearing and/or discussion. I've sent numerous emails to council members with no response back. But I'm a little annoyed because we can sit here for 40 minutes and talk about cannabis. Make it make sense.
anyone else?
Mayor.
Deputy Mayor?
I think I just want to kind of piggyback off what Councilor Lockman is saying. To me, those are two separate issues. Having a hearing about that particular entity that we contracted with and the affordable housing program in general is something that I am generally in favor of. This is a totally separate thing. This is money that has been invoiced. The town planner has signed off on it. Excuse me.
Can you 112% say the work's been done for
Excuse
the
me.
invoices?
Excuse me. I'm going to go by what the township planner is saying. If she says that the work has been done, she's certified to it, I'm just going to say that it's probably correct, okay? Yeah, I do agree that we have to look at the affordable housing program. There's no doubt in my mind about that. But for work that's already been performed, properly invoiced, I don't see why we're going to hold up a contract, especially when we're not even going to be working with this company after, December 31st. So
Because if
that's
the work is
my
not
opinion.
done per a purchase order, we reserve the right to not pay the bill. That's why. I'm just saying, I understand what you're saying, but there's also a flip side of that. I do purchase orders all day at work.
Councilor Williams?
Look, this is a good discussion, and I encourage us all to have discussions, but it's not going in any forward motion, so let's just vote on it, and that will determine what happens, okay?
So I guess I made the motion already, and it was seconded by,
Seconded by me.
okay.
And, I'm sorry, I stepped away for a minute. The motion was, maybe I should.
The motion was to put back in those 3 invoices from
Into the bill
CG
list.
to the bill list to CGPNH.
And then we're voting on the bill list, and we're voting on the whole bill list, okay? There was a motion, there was a second. Nothing significant further to discuss at this time. Please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
No.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
No.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
No.
Motion carries.
It went down there, I have to get it back. Who's got that sheet?
Resolution 7, Mayor, may I?
Did you do the bill list?
Thank you.
Now we're going to do Resolution 17.
Sure. Resolution.
Counselor Toller?
No problem. Resolution 17, R-24-196, resolution authorizing amendment, does that say 1 to the fair and open contract to Suburban Consulting Engineers to provide professional services as utility engineers via RFP 23-P04. I make a motion.
Second.
At the August meeting, there were questions, so it was pulled. So Mike Primavera from the Water Department is here to answer any questions you might have regarding this resolution.
17 is pulled?
It was pulled on August 13th, the last one,
Okay.
the last resolution. So we put it back
Discussion
there
on
and I-
resolution number 17? No? Was there a resolution and a second? Who seconded it?
Williams.
Okay, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller, Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Okay. It is, about 10:45, and if anyone has anything that they wish to say in council that can't wait until another time, then we're going to allow people to have 2 minutes, and so we will start with Counselor D'Amato.
I would just like to thank everybody for voting to allow the exploration of an interesting tweak to democracy. Everybody, or also to consider taking for the first time, I believe in our council's history, the possibility to legally change their vote upon further reflection later on. One can still do this. This resolution that we voted for is the beginning, it's the very first step in a educational process that will happen that may end in a referendum for us to change the way we vote. It is often overcomplicated by the advocates of it to make it sound more exotic than it really is. It really just is about having the opportunity to essentially, have your second and third choice count and have people allowed to vote for who they really want to vote for. And I could put it this way, if, let's say, there was a ward in town where 65% of the people did not want to be represented by an insufferable smarty pants, and 35% did, then there were two candidates who were against that kind of a thing, and then there was a smarty pants. Well, those, you know, at the end of the day, under that new system, the smarty pants would lose. So it's something to look at. It's something to look at. Nothing is going to change as a result tonight, but it's a good thing, and it puts us in alignment with a lot of the other towns that we consider our peers, that we look to, that look to us, to all get together and say, let's do something happy and creative in the service of democracy. And maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. It's all an experiment. That's it. Have a nice night.
Thank you, Councilor Birmingham.
Can you come back to me? I do have something to
I
say,
will.
but I can't find my paper.
Councilor Lockman.
The Walnut Street Fair is Saturday, the 29th. I'm doing my boosting for the town here, right? I'm sorry for being such a grump. I just got back from Ireland, and I'm jet lagged and tired and want to go to bed, like all of you do. But there you go.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson.
I'd like to just give a brief update on the town manager search that is we're being assisted by JPM, and I know a resident previously asked for an update on it. It is moving along. As you know, we passed the resolution back in August. The agreement, the contract with the company was signed. I believe it was fully executed on or around September 10th, if I'm not mistaken. And since then, Mr. Chernetsky, who is the CEO of the company, has met with each and every one of us, the 7 governing body members, to get our thoughts about what we would like to see in the next qualities we think are important for the next town manager to have, and has solicited our feedback on a job description, updated job description. He has just provided an update to all of us regarding the initial advertisement, which he provided a draft of, and that is going to be posted on the New Jersey League of Municipalities website this week. Some of us have provided feedback, so hopefully that will be up very soon, and that ad will run for about 30 calendar days. He is also going to be continuing to meet with various staff members, as was indicated in the scope of work, to interview them and get their thoughts as well. Lastly, his update included the fact that he's, in addition to the job posting, he's working on an informative brochure and digital marketing materials that will, those materials will be used to advertise more widely and solicit more applicants. Yes?
Just one more thing. I think there's no subcommittee that's a search committee.
Correct.
It's all of us.
It's all of us. We are all going to be participating in this process. The mayor and I are just sort of the liaisons for communications. I did ask Mr. Chernetsky for about a once weekly update, since the process is moving along. So if anyone has any questions about the process, they're free to reach out to me or the mayor or to any of us. So that is that. I think that's all I had to say. And I also wanted to just note that there are different events going on around town for Hispanic Heritage Month, including one at the library on Saturday the 28th from 1 to 2. There's a children's book author that's doing a presentation. Thank you.
First, I'd like to say I'm pleasantly surprised that I predicted that we were going to be out of here at 1 o'clock again, and we didn't, so I'm pleasantly surprised. I will say there was a lot of passion in here earlier in the comments, and hopefully I don't say anything that's going to get me a flood of emails, even though I saw I'm already being asked about my no vote for the ranked choice already. The one no vote. But the one thing that I would like to say is, we're all neighbors, we're a community. We have to give each other a little grace. and look at each other in action sometimes. And not speaking about anything in particular, so please do not take it out of context. Assume positive intent sometimes before you jump to conclusions. And, you know, we have to live together. We all talk about diversity, and, well, diversity isn't just we look different and with different genders and stuff. It's different opinions as well. And I'm not advocating for anyone for hate speech or anything like that, so please don't take that out of context. All I'm just saying here is that we need to live in a community where different points of view aren't just attacked right off the bat, and we give each other a little grace. And if that sounds a little naive and whatever, I'm somewhat echoing what President Obama said during his DMC speech. So if you didn't catch it, suggest go back and listen to it, and it's kind of the same sentiment. In terms of unity, one of the things that I was speaking about with Councilor Toller and other folks is potentially having some sort of basketball game where a team from each ward comes together, and potentially there's raising funds for a not-for-profit or something like that. So I'm still toying with the idea. If anybody is interested in anything like that, please send me an email. I haven't organized anything like that before, so I will look for plenty of input. And let's be kind to each other. A lot of good folks here tonight, and you know, I wish everyone well here, and that's it.
Thank you, Councilor Toller.
Thank you. So I wanted to do a few community event updates, but I had to cross my list out because they've been named already, whether by public comment or here on the dais, which is perfectly fine. Few updates for community events. This Saturday, September 28th, is the Montclair History Center Fall Festival on Orange Road from 11 to 4. Additionally, Tony's Kitchen is holding its town-wide food drive this Saturday. Please feel free to visit the website to sign up if you wish to donate food items. They swing by your house and pick up those items. Again, Saturday, October 5th is the fire department's block party at Nishawayne Park. Fun, food, and activities for everyone from 10 to 4. Again, Saturday, October 5th is the Montclair Emergency Services for Hope. They're doing their Keeping Our Neighbors Warm walkathon. If you want to learn how to participate, you can visit their website. Another event on Saturday, October 5th, again at Nishawayne Park. It's going to be the 4th annual Big Ride featuring our own hometown track and field Olympic gold medalist, Mickey Barber. Coordinates this event every year to help raise awareness and funds for the Alzheimer's Association Research and Foundation. Bikers should plan to arrive at 10 a.m. and they put their wheels down at 10:30 a.m. I want to let the community know that the Township Council is organizing a coat drive very soon. This full council, we'd like to extend our thanks to Ms. Norma Tassi for her coordination efforts on behalf of the council. More information will be coming out from the township regarding the coat drive. Additionally, a special shout out goes to Ms. Alicia Dawkins, our HR director, for her initiative, which she mentioned today earlier, in organizing a school supply drive for the staff members to help support the community. Van Vleck Gardens would like for me to remind the community that they are open every day of the year from dusk to dawn. Admission is to explore the stunning gardens is free. Be sure to visit their website for information about special programs available for both children and adults. Just a friendly reminder for our senior population, the Senior Tax Freeze Program. You can find information on our township website. I believe the cutoff date is October 31st of this year. And I wouldn't be a Mountie if I didn't give a shout out to the Montclair High School football team for their win over our rivals, the East Orange Campus Jaguars, this past Saturday, 19-12. So go Mounties! Please make sure you support our football team. The next home game is this Saturday, September 28th at 1 p.m. at Woodman Field. They also need volunteers, and if you're interested in helping with the game day activities, you can contact Chris Smith. His email address is csmith, B as in boy, K as in kite, 718 @gmail.com if you're interested. I just want to thank all the residents who attended my Fourth Ward Community Meeting on Tuesday, September 17th. The discussions and concerns raised that evening will not go unnoticed. A huge thank you to the Health Department and the Department of Community Services for their in-depth presentations to residents. The next Fourth Ward Community Meeting for me will be on Tuesday, November 19th at the Montclair Fire Department at 6:30. Next, I just want to highlight the critical need for total transparency from this governing body. It's vital that every issue, regardless of the ward it relates to, is recognized, tackled, accompanied by a clear action plan, or at the very least, a dialogue about potential solutions, as the concerns of residents carry a great weight. A quick reminder, just wanted to express my gratitude to all the residents who submitted, on behalf of the town council, I'm expressing gratitude to all of the residents who submitted volunteer interest forms for different committees and commissions. The council will be reviewing them soon. In the meantime, we encourage residents to explore the website and check out various committees' opportunities to see where their skill set may be most beneficial. Let's see. And then I wanted to thank all of the residents again who have reached out to the entire council with insights via email to help us better understand township issues. I personally truly appreciate your expertise, your valuable ideas and suggestions on how we can improve our community, as well as background information on past topics that we are facing today. Thank you for providing well-considered supporting documents along with your knowledgeable experiences on specific matters. Please keep sharing your thoughts with us via email. And one last thing, if I can just ask a question while we're not really in an official meeting business. Mr. LaPola, I can send you an email, but I just wanted to know if there was a correction action plan for the audit that was submitted.
The corrective action plan is being prepared, and you will be receiving it. I believe it'll have to be on the agenda on October 8th because it's required to be voted on within 60 days, and we received the audit on August 21st. And our second meeting in October is not until October 29th, so we won't make the 60-day cutoff. So it should be, you'll have it by next week.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question too? I was wondering why the 5G ordinance that we worked on wasn't on tonight's agenda?
I don't know, was it ready to be put on the agenda?
Well, as far as I am concerned, it was.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think you were taking a last look at it. But
Yeah, we'll make sure
get
it
it for
gets on,
next
put it
go-round.
next,
'Cause there was
next
some,
go-round.
yeah, there was some urgency, I understood, about getting it, in place.
And just on that point, and I have really nothing to report, Mayor.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm going to stop that. And Councilor Toller went, and now I'm going to take a turn to go. Then I'm going to give you,
Sorry.
and, Councilor Birmingham.
Thank you. I also want to give a shout out to the Montclair High School band, which the mayor and I had the absolute pleasure to see before they left for East Orange on Saturday at the high school under the direction of Mr. Will Hilton, and it is really rocking. I was so impressed by the band. It was lovely. But I'm going to take a moment to be rather dry here and report a little bit about the doings of the Finance Committee, again, because we don't yet have committee reports on our agenda, but I know we all believe in transparency, so I just want to give 2 minutes of an update on the Finance Committee, which is Councilor Williams, Mayor Baskerville, and myself, working with Mr. LaPola, Ms. Rao, and Mr. Scantlebury. Just a couple, this is very high level issues that we're working on. We are working through the PSC&G billing issue, and we have received a completed report. We will be working through that and should have something for you soon on that. I do want to notify, and again, this is really notification of the public, because as we heard tonight, a lot of people, our taxes are very high, and unfortunately we have received news, or we know that the state health benefit plan is increasing by 16%, the premiums this year. This follows 22% in 2023 and 7% in 2024. So this will have an impact on our budget. And we have looked to see if there is a less expensive option, and unfortunately at this time we are not able to find one. this time. We are also looking at the status of our contracts and some of our shared services, particularly with Glen Ridge and the water and sewer contract that we have. The police contract is up for, expires at the end of this year, so that is being renegotiated, and that is a statutory process, so that is being renegotiated now. As we mentioned, there will be CAPA for the audit. And otherwise, I think, is there anything you wanted to add, Mr. Lapola, around the Finance Committee? Okay, again, there will also be, of course, we are budgeting all year long, but shortly we will be releasing timelines for 2025 budget. And I know within a month in November, is it, when you will be doing your meetings with the department heads, which will be public, so thank you.
Broadcast live.
And I also want to thank people who came to my Ward 2 meeting in the Edgemont Park, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'd just like to state that these are indeed some very challenging and complex times that we are dealing with, and nationally and definitely here in Montclair. There are many people that are hurting, and oftentimes hurting people hurt other people. Increasing numbers of people seem to think that the answer to someone who is admittedly having a lack of knowledge is to approach them with disparaging remarks and to even bear false witness on them or worse. And that's not the Montclair that I know. That's not the Montclair that I wish to engage in. I think that we're much better than that. I think that if someone has a lack of knowledge, then education should most definitely be that. I know I've spent the lion's share of my life bringing people from all walks of life together, all religions, races, sexual orientation, sexual gender, across the board together, and I remain committed to that. And if people look at my life's walk, they will be able to see that. I'd just like to share that my wish is that we make us all instruments of peace. Where there's hatred, sow love. Where there's injury, pardon. Where there's doubt, faith. Where there's a lack of knowledge, education. Where there's despair, hope. And where there is darkness, light. And the final thing that I'd like to say to all my Jewish brothers and sisters is Shana Tova, because on sundown on October 2nd, we begin the Rosh Hashanah holiday, and at nightfall on October 4th, we will end it. So we won't have another council meeting between now and then. And so, Shana Tova. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention publicly that last week I had the honor of promoting Rob Duncan to become the new fire chief here in Montclair. Rob is a 30-year veteran of our system, graduated from the high school. His father is a retired Montclair police officer. Rob has done an outstanding job in the last 6 months since the previous chief retired. And I was very excited to make that appointment and wish him all the best.
Thank you. Attorney?
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. The general election is on the 5th of November. Mail-in ballots the county already started sending them out. They'll continue to do that. If anybody is still listening and hasn't received the mail-in ballot, they could contact my office and I can try to get them in touch with the county to make sure that they get it. The deadline to apply for a mail-in ballot, if you have not, is the 29th of October. And then always, with every election, you have until 3 p.m. the day before to go in person to the county clerk and get a mail-in ballot. And the other date that I think is relevant to share at this time is on the 15th of October. It's the last date of register to vote, so my office will be open until 9 p.m. And like with anything election-related, they can call the clerk's office and we'll help them.
Is that on the township website, or will it be on the township website?
Yes.
Okay, and maybe Mr. Fan can do one of those community alerts as well with that information? Same way he puts out information when we have our ward meetings, is it possible?
Yes,
Yes,
Thank
Councilor
you.
Toller, we're working with them to do that.
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay, so I make a motion to adjourn the meeting. And what time is it? Wait a second, let's see. Oh, well, it's better than last time.
11:04.
11.
Second, close.
All in favor? Aye.
All right, thank you.